I'm doing my part. I'm doing my part. I'm doing my part. I'm doing my part. I'm doing my part.
Well, that was odd. Hopefully it's all working now. I'm just gonna shove myself back a little bit because it just feels a little bit close. In fact, I might even be able to bring my camera out, but we'll worry about that later. Hi guys, sorry for the technical difficulties. I have no idea what happened. I went to switch the scene around to be my camera, essentially. And the whole, like, everything just started doing the loading screen, like everything was frozen and my internet crashed and it was very odd. But I think it was a PC issue rather than an internet issue, because after I closed everything just opened up again. So it looks like we're fine. It looks like we're fine. The double Clempire redeem can just be like you're redeeming it for streams before the redeem was available again. Thank you for the welcomes. I need a sip of my tea after that. Yes, I'm just trying to skip the W reacts. I do like the play on words of W reacts. But speaking of segues, welcome to Wreact Wednesday, everyone. If you haven't been here before, basically my community has submitted a whole bunch of reacts and then we watch them. It's not that surprising that that's what goes on. However, the twist is that a lot of these are submitted from 6 months ago. Surprise! So some of them will be very festive. We'll find out, hey? We'll find out. But before we get there, all we shall do is chill for a bit. And also fix my side of things, because it looks like my side of things is not working. So I'm gonna fix that. And thank Boba for the 28 months. Very kind.
You smell with your nose. Hunts.
I do. Thank you. Very appreciated. Yeah, who knows what we'll get into today. 6 months indeed. But I just had to get this on my end, making sure it's all good to go. It looks like YouTube's working, but for me, it is not. It is showing the wrong chat, so I will just get that now. Sorry, guys. But thank you for your patience. It should not take too long, but nonetheless. From Vancouver, very cool, and Ukraine. We got some people from all over the world. It's crazy. I think the most interesting thing is how many time zones and what hour you guys are up at. It's just a little bit fascinating for me. But yes, Liz, I saw that you are here. Go sleep if you need to go sleep. I can't even remember what I had for breakfast, let alone what I shared 6 months ago. Well, we're about to find out. I have set up a little bit of a different system to what I had in the past, so we'll see if that is better or worse. But, you know, time will tell. 120 isn't so bad. Aloha! Okay. So basically, if you're curious as to what I'm actually fixing, nothing because it's not working. No, what I am actually doing is sometimes the chat bot doesn't pick up on all of the messages, and so I have them open in multiple places, which will probably not end up being relevant as soon as we get into today. But it's good to have on board anyhow, just in case the mods get inundated, essentially. Cool beans! Alrighty! Anyone else do a quick color in the reacts, as in for your own content, or for the, or rather the mods culling on your behalf? Good morning, Chloe! Hey, got some breakfast going on. It's good to have you here. Yeah, go get your coffee. We're just basically sipping on our tea ourselves before we get into it ourselves. Why did that sentence sound weird? I guess the repetition. Maybe it was the repetition.
I'm doing my part.
What am I getting, you said? I forgot. Nonetheless. Ah! Ooh, chai is very nice. I got some homemade chai when I was in Cambridge. It's very nice. Personal culling, gotcha. However, Boba, okay, I have a question for you regarding the personal culling. Did you cull anything from November? Because if you culled anything in November, too bad, I still have it. I created a new system, and so anything in December afterwards, I have not touched. But if you culled something from November, too bad, I still have it. No insane YouTube bot for now, but, you know, give it time. We might have messed up something. Coffee, tea, or run? Well, for me, I'm a tea girl. I do like rum, but I am very, it's not my go-to alcohol of choice. So, and I literally have tea here. I have tea almost every single morning, whereas coffee I drink more socially. I don't know if the Where Are You From works in Twitch. I think I only created it specifically for the YouTube bot. Or maybe I turned it off in the meantime. I may have turned it off in the meantime. Anyway, it doesn't matter. The bot is basically just me having to sit down for a couple hours doing labor. We don't have to worry about the bot now because we know that it works. It's just all about creating the commands now, you know? Hello. Hi, mommy. It's me. Welcome. A Long Island iced tea I've never actually tried. I know that it has the most ridiculous amount of alcohols in it, but I don't know what it tastes like whatsoever. I assume that it's more like an iced tea, or like they do in America, where it's very sweet, which is not what I drink. I drink very bitter tea. I don't even put any sugar in my tea. The only thing that mellows out my black tea is basically milk. You're a bot? Exactly. Yay! The OnlyFans link works! I'm so pleased! I wasn't sure if it was gonna work on YouTube, but it works! And do you know what the funniest thing is? That basically if you do a command in any either of the multi-streams, the bot will respond in all of the streams. So not only has BooBoo1066 confirmed that they are a pervert, they have also confirmed that in the Twitch channel, because the Twitch chat also needs to know. So that's what has been set up. You have a OnlyFans? Yeah, you just need to do Command OF and you'll see it, some guy. But oh, there we go. I'm learning. I managed to have a conflict of interest with my moderator clicking on things there. You guys are too fast. It's like you're at a coffee shop. Well, Sergio, I'm so pleased you have said this. I am so pleased because I have gotten a comedy show for so long. For so long. And so it's so nice for someone to say coffee shop. I've been wanting to do basically coffee shop aesthetic, but then I really liked the simplicity of the wall. But because I get so many people saying, "Are you at a comedy club?" then I feel like I have to do the aesthetic. Otherwise, I'm just gonna get too many people saying, "Is this a comedy show?" Yeah, I like the bricks. I do. Hi, Frank. No one could out-perv me. I think you did the wrong command somewhere. Command of OF. If you wanted to try that again. And if you're wondering why I am so open about it, you'll find out in a moment. My goodness. Okay. Cool turtleneck, thank you. So I got instructed that it is Wednesday today. So I got instructed to wear pink, just like in Mean Girl. So here we are with the pink fit. I don't have a pink t-shirt to wear underneath it though. Alrighty. I wanted to address the "is this my real hair?" Yes, it is my real hair. I'm sorry, media. I'm going to hijack your question about my hair because so many people are like, oh, like that, like her hair's not real or fake ginger. Look at her eyebrows. All of these things, I don't understand why people are so confidently wrong. Like, it's really quite impressive, if anything. And so I appreciate the fact that you actually took the moment to ask. So yes, my ginger is real, and my brown eyebrows are real, and my mustache is also very, very real. So there we go. We got all of that out of the way. Hi, Tempura. You're kidding, right? Yes, I don't. So if you try to look for if you try to look for the oh, maybe it's not working on. You're right. It might not be working on YouTube. I can't see it sharing. Okay, that's my bad. I will get it to work on YouTube. Let me see if I can do that now, but while we're kind of just not really doing stuff. There might have been an issue, and it's nice to fix these things nice and quick. Ah, yes, yeah, I can see why it's not working. One moment, I will get there. I will get there. Sorry, guys. Sorry, that is my bad. It was not connected to YouTube, but it is. Wait, then how did Boo Boo get it to work? What the hell did you do, Boo Boo, to get it to work? What? I do not understand. That is so bizarre. Like, yeah, I can see that people were not making it work. Oh my gosh. I think it's the linked ones that pop up. No, this one, because your one, it doesn't have a link. You know? It doesn't have a link. So it should have just worked. I don't know. Boo Boo is the chosen one. Okay, so let's try that again. I am now going to go share the command for my OnlyFans in the YouTube. Unless it doesn't work. Okay, there we go. It looks like it's working now. Other than all of the spamming that's going on. It does look like there's issues, a conflict, but nonetheless. Anyhow, it is working in the YouTube now. So, for those who don't understand sarcasm, I do not have an OnlyFans. I have a command for OnlyFans, but I do not have any link. There was one point where, Ooh, do you guys want some tea? Yay! I'm a perv now. I don't. Oh yeah, it's all working for everyone. Cool. So I'll spill some tea before I'm jumping into reacts today. All right. Eons ago, we had a moderator that is no longer a moderator, but before they were dismissed for a lot of reasons. It's been years, so I feel like I'm allowed to talk about this now. Well, maybe I'll save the full story. The point is that before they were dismissed, they were able to do a fun little job where if anyone did if anyone did a command to ask for my OnlyFans, of which I don't have, it would send you to... I don't know if it was XXX Clementine. I don't know if anyone has been around long enough to remember, but it would go to a website that then would say you're a pervert, and then would redirect to the live stream. It was very clever. It was very cool. We do not have that anymore because I basically culled everything that was to do with that person. But it was a fun moment. And I thought it was good to link back to the live stream as well. So no, I don't actually have an OnlyFans. The thing is, I don't look down on people who do have OnlyFans. That's not the content that I would like to do. And what I find offensive is when people assume that I have an OnlyFans because a lot of that is a lot to do with the fact that I'm literally just a woman. And that is really upsetting that the correlation is there. And so, for example, I guess I can't really think of a really gross example if you guys want to help me, but a very simple connotation, a very simple way of looking at it is if I saw you as a man and I was like, oh, well, you must be a carpenter then, right? Well, because men are only good for anything muscular, so... no woman, like all men are carpenters. It's just this assumption that everyone, like that because of their gender, that they must be doing something else. And so I don't know a version that is more perverted in that regard. So if you guys want to help out with that, then you're welcome to help out with that. But I feel like you guys obviously know, like there might be a carpenter in the community, but not every one of you guys is a carpenter just because you're a man. So that's the kind of thing that I find annoying. You don't weld? What's wrong with you? Oh, but did you know that, wait, so you don't weld? Don't you know that makes a lot of money? Like, but you're a man. Don't you know that it makes a lot of money? So, like, I would go check it out. Never mind that a lot of the people who are asking for these things wouldn't actually sign up anyway. So it's like, well, don't you know you would make so much money? It's like, bruh. Have you even looked into how any of that works? Clearly not. Hi, Tam. How you going? We are just talking about my robot and how it works, I guess. I might look out of curiosity, but I didn't assume you had one. Someone else did. Yeah, exactly. It was just because of the conversation. But that's the thing is I think, men equal carpenters. You heard it here, folks. But that's the thing is I recognize that there are people that if I did have an OnlyFans, they might go check it out. Thanks, I'm flattered, I guess. But it's exactly what you said, is that recognizing I don't have one shouldn't then correlate to, oh, well, she's that like it should be that recognition of that's not the content she does. Great. I do other content that one can watch. but it does get really offensive, even if I'm okay with other people doing explicit content. I do feel uncomfortable when people come in and that is the immediate thing that they are thinking of, because that is very objectifying. But if I did have one, then it's like, well, okay, you can do the objectification over there, because that is consent in that regard. So someone who creates explicit content is consenting to that to that kind of what? See, I'm not even familiar with the word so much. Consenting to one being a horn dog. I don't know how to put it any other way. Define explicit content. Nudity, basically, is what I mean by that. Just a reminder, OnlyFans is not purely erotic. This is also a very good point. It is primarily used as such, but my sister uses it. Oh my gosh! For her cookie and DIY. That's so cool. That's so cool. And that is a very good point. Remember there was that oh my gosh. Robert Ducky, what the heck? You're distracting us from the conversation about OnlyFans, damn it. Thank you so much, Robert Ducky, for the 10 gifted subs and the support. That is very sweet, very kind. Thank you, thank you, thank you. I hope you're well, Ducky. I hope you're very well, and enjoy your gifted subs, people. Okay, but as D&D was saying, let's call you Veteran for now. As Veteran was saying, it's not only for erotic content. And there was that period where they tried to remove all of that altogether, which I think is very funny. But we cannot kid ourselves to say that if someone is asking for my OnlyFans link, of where their mind is at. That, like, it would be very different if I was like, yeah, I do actually have an OnlyFans, but I use it for cooking or DIY. I use it similarly to Patreon. That is very, very different to someone coming in for the first time and saying, do you have an OnlyFans? Because the majority of people are asking for a very specific reason, and we cannot discount that. Gordon Ramsay had one. What the heck? That's so funny. No, I don't do explicit content. All of my content is on Twitch and YouTube. You can all find it very easily. They're not even asking. Yes, and thank you, C Mama. That's it. It's not even asking. I think it would be different if people ask. Like it does. There is. I guess when people ask, I do try to just say no. Because I feel like it is starting to get in that gray area where I can't now make an assumption that they are assuming.
I'm doing my part.
But when they immediately ask for it without engaging in this content,
I'm
that's
doing
where
my
it can
part.
be a bit it feels because of that assumption. Cool. Let's just be honest. You're afraid you'd make too much money. Exactly. I just don't want to make so much money. It would just, I want to stay humble. And I feel like I wouldn't stay humble if I was earning so much money, Oh, goodness. Okay. I watched my dad do carpentry stuff when I was little, said Cassidy. Then I watched a sibling do it very badly. Oopsies. But you're a man. Why don't you know everything about cars? Oh, that's another good one, actually. Yeah, men, well, you're a man. How do you not know how to change a tire? I like that correlation too. Accepting that some people choose to do OnlyFans is one thing, but encouraging people to go into the industry is another thing. And I have seen a lot of practices that I find very uncomfortable that fall closer and in this gray area of feeling like it is grooming. So the countdown clocks of people turning 18, I find really disgusting. But that extends to me feeling like there's this bigger issue and grossness about people waiting for 18-year-olds in general and how that is. It feels like a self-report. However, if they're adults and they've chosen to go on this, then it's okay. But if you're marketing it because it's like, well, I'm now legal, and a lot of these people are doing this because companies and management have gotten conversations with minors before they turn 18. That's just disgusting. That's really gross. I did work for the MI6 as well. Thank you, Oscar, for sharing all of that detail. Now I have to cover my tracks again. If a man doesn't have any carpenter skills, he's truly not a man. Hi, Awad. Good to see you. See, our conversation today, Awad, is a little less PG than it was yesterday. Okay. I just wanted to quickly scroll through these because we haven't gotten a massive chat, so I think I will be able to catch up with these. But yeah, I'm happy for people to not get immediately banned, but I'd rather people, I think this is why it's really, I'm really for people who have link trees, because I think link trees where it just has all of the socials, that is indicative, and it's kind of like a nice subtlety, especially for people who do R18 content, because it's like, well, like, here's the link tree, you can see what I do and what I don't do, and if you are looking for a particular content, you will not be finding it here. So yeah, it's the assumptions that that makes me uncomfortable, because I think that some people would feel offended. I think that I have gotten enough people asking that I just try and, I guess, look at it in a somewhat flattering way. It's a weird fine balance to have, because I don't want to encourage, I guess, objectification, but I guess that's kind of the closest I can do to try and feel some form of comfort, but nonetheless. Okay. I'm just people being confidently wrong online sounds fake. Okay. You're a projection from the government? Well, maybe I scrolled back too far by the looks of it. Okie dokie. There was just something that I saw earlier that I wanted to read. Oh, also this. How are you? Konasatatu. I probably butchered that Irish pronunciation. But I am well. I don't know any Gaelic other than like slanta. But top of the morning to you. Enloch, is that you? You look different. Is that you? What's going on? It'd really be funny if Asmund had a meme OnlyFans and OF linked to that. I think that would be very fun. I like that as well. There's a streamer on here who has the Chili logo on her Linktree page to get us all excited and thinks she has an OnlyFans. When we click on it, we get rickrolled. That's very clever. Dunham also doesn't do OnlyFans. We're like the same. It's awesome. I know some very nice and compassionate women who have OnlyFans pages. I hope their customers pay well. Yes, that's the thing, is there are a lot of people who are very strategic with
I'm doing my part.
to do these things. There are a lot of people who are very nice, and I don't think that the type of content someone does is indicative of their personality. Their personality, they will show off what that is. I'd be flattered if people assumed I was good at carpentry. Adorable. Okay. Wow, that still got me. Oh my god, she ignores chat. Yeah, I was just glossing over that, but boo boo, you like to point it out. You remind me of a perfect sunny day in autumn. That's adorable. Autumn's my favorite season. Every one of us are carpenters just because we're men. You learnt today. You learned today. Okay, so that is what happened. I had scrolled far too high, and this is where I wanted to be. Can you send me some money for rent? Once I get my paycheck, I will consider it. How about that? How about that? Aren't we all objects? No. that's not the definition of objects. I'm only 22 months old. My bad, my bad. Hi, Captain. I wish someone would objectify me. This work till I'm 70. Crap has knobs on it. But that's the thing. I find another thing quite interesting, and maybe this is just a reflection of me, is a lot of people who go into these industries and start earning millions, and then they just keep going. I feel like I don't know what the goal is. Just bank account number get bigger? Is it like this high, this addiction to the money getting larger and larger? I feel like if you're earning a lot of money, do you just need to keep earning money? It just I don't know. It just feels odd. Feels odd to me. I can't understand it. Patreon is better because Patreon does have the ability for R18 as well, right, Demo? Oh, sorry, that was Buck Bentley. My apologies, Demo. I put you in there. Same with Fansly. That's the other one. Yeah, they're cosplayers who post tame cosplay pics there. Too true. Clearly, I'm still waking up. It's good that we haven't gotten into the Reacts content today, by the looks of it. It is stereotyped that those that watch OnlyFans are expecting to see erotic material. Not 100% true, but there are not stereotypes without reason. That's a good way of putting it as well. It's not mainly explicit, but I imagine that's the intent behind a lot of people asking about it. Exactly right, Sunbeam. Let's talk about your thoughts on the North Sea. I don't really know much about the North Sea because I'm from the South. And so a lot of my, I was going to say naval knowledge, but it's not quite, that's more about the Navy. A lot of my marine knowledge is very much centered around the South. And so the Northern Sea, I guess, is that different to the Atlantic Ocean? I guess it would be because it's the sea. Where does the North Sea span? Where does that go? Where's that from? Some guy, thank you so much for the compliment on my how I look. I do appreciate that. Are you from England? Not originally. Thanks, Silva, for the hugs. And if the guy takes 80, yeah, that's the other thing is a lot of, this comment was a guy takes 80% of the money. A lot of the management companies do indeed take the money from the creators. And so it's just a very, difficult industry, I think would be a word for it, because of a lot of the things that we don't see about. Look in your boots. I'm not wearing any boots. Are you in a coffee shop? I wish. Maybe my teacup, if I did make like vines and stuff. Okay, I have a question for you guys. Do you like the brick wall just as is? And maybe it's a little bit harder to see when on the vertical stream because it's so small. But do you like the blank brick wall, or would you like to see like vines or plants or decorations and all this kind of stuff? Let me know. I was a fan of the North Sea till I read its tweet from 10 years ago. What did it say? Did it cancel itself? What happened? Thank you for the follow. I recently watched a video on the creator of OnlyFans. Yes, I also watched something recently. So I don't know if we watched the same thing, but it was interesting. It was interesting. Okay. Goodness gracious. Okay, here we are. Why is OnlyFans empowering to women? I don't necessarily hold that view. So you'd have to tell me, Mr. B the G, on your thoughts of why people think it's empowering. Because I am not unaware that that is a rhetoric that can be used, but it is not a belief that I hold personally. I think that similarly, I found that live streaming was very empowering for me because it helped me build my confidence, and it helped me be a lot more comfortable with who I am, and also discover that identity and be okay with being like, yeah, this is, especially when people are coming in and making snap assumptions on me. It was very, it created an awareness of how people perceive me, and if I was okay with that. And so I found it very empowering, but because I was able to start feeling more confident in who I am, regardless of what other people think about me. But that is not to say that other people would have the same experience if they were to start being a content creator or a live streamer. And so I don't know what you mean by that in particular. I guess it would be just making sure it's not an assumption. Hi, Luna. Empowering link, please. Exactly. BP, I'm on Twitch as well, and I am going back and reading some messages that I missed. So that is why you cannot see them at the moment. Don't marry a beta male who doesn't know how to change a tire. I just saw that. Oh my gosh, that's so. Oh my. Yes, yeah. That's. I'm gonna start my podcast now. I've got my my hook. It's 21st century. I pay someone who's better than me to do a task to save time. Exactly. I there's nothing wrong with men not knowing how to change a tire. I think it can come in handy for anyone to know how to do basic car things, because if you end up having a breakdown on the side of the road, it is nice to be able to get back up and running ASAP. But if you're comfortable waiting for insurance, that's also what insurance is for, you know? The guy with the duck, I don't know that one. Boba, thank you for the compliment about putting me in line for sainthood. That was very kind. Oh. Okay. I think I will gloss over all of these as well. I love Asmund Goldbro. Look, I can understand why people will like him. I think he's very entertaining. I think he also has some opinions that make me very like, ooh. But, you know, he's still entertaining, so I'll still watch him. Feminism emasculated an entire generation of men by labeling normal masculinity as toxic, then wonders why women can't find good husbands in a world of weak, defeated males. I think that there was definitely some crossover, but again, I try not to apply that to everything and everyone. But similarly, I think that there was, I've spoke about this yesterday, that feminism there was, so I agree with you in the regard that, even just yesterday, I know that there are a lot of people who hijacked the feminism movement to turn it into man-hating. I do not disagree in that regard. But these people are a specific set of people, and I like to think that there are a lot of people out there still that have good intention. Morning from Dublin, Ireland. Okay, top of the morning is only in the movies. I have now learnt I will never say that again to an Irish person. Gotcha. Gotcha. Okay. My country, answer you? I'm from New Zealand. Thank you, boo-boo. Okay, I'm just scrolling all the way through. This actually was more than I thought. Carpentry is iffy. I can do repairs on roofing. Nice. And flooring out of necessity. And, you know, we have tutorials left, right, and center as well now. Lots of joists and flooring and stuff. I'm not very speedy, so I wouldn't make a jaw about it. Gotcha. Catalytic converters. I'm so pro catalytic converters. Yeah, man. That's... That's the one. Oh my gosh. Okay, we're almost caught. You look very much like you. Thank you. That's very sweet. Hello from Malaysia. Hi. Cool. I think that we are good. We're good. I'd like more plants personally. Big brick. It's not Clem without vegetation. That's very sweet. The brick wall does also look like it's going to fall down, so maybe we need maybe we can do a janky aesthetic to make it look like it is intentional. This is the coffee shop owner. Keep your voice down. No, I refuse. And also, they should kick me out for not spending enough money. You know. Okay. Cool. I don't know how to change a tire. Does that make me a beta male? Yes, you are a beta male. Just because anyone who doesn't know how to change a tire is a beta male. Like, they're, regardless of what your gender is, you now know that you're a beta male if you can't change a tire. C'est un nom français. I do not speak French, sorry, Martin. I'm assuming that's what your question was, but bonjour. I can't remember what good morning is. I've changed the transmission on a Geo Metro when I was in school. Keep him as a real man. I think the empowering part is taking charge of one's life in general. I like that, yeah. You shouldn't get mad at people doing what they want and making a buck out of it as long as no one is getting hurt. Exactly. Ginger Harlot, it's me. It's me. Okay, cool. Ew, sounded like someone dropping a shipping container across the road. Oh, I missed what that was. Feminism is a fairy tale, you say? Well, that is why we're trying to make it real. Hey, Mason, welcome back. Okay. Totally unrelated, but I want to make a lame joke. Want to hear a joke about construction? Still working on it. I liked it, Brian. I liked it a lot. That was very good. That is very good. Yes, I did see your plants and fairy lights as well, Boba. I will look at that. Good morning, Sean. Parlez-vous français? Coffee shop is called Clementine so she can be as loud as she wants, exactly as my coffee shop. It is not empowering in any good sense, in my opinion, to prostitute oneself, not against anyone who does. I'm no feminist. I am egalitarian, though. I think Soviet aesthetics with some conservatism. All right, let's look up this word, shall we? I know that you explained it, but we can also look it up together. Ex-Ginger Harlot, that's my name. Okay, cool. All right, so that took me longer than I thought it would. My apologies. I did not mean, I scrolled up too far and then things got away from me. Whoopsie doopsies. But I managed to catch up again. So let's look at egalitarianism. So egalitarian, this is just from Google, a belief system or society founded on the principle that all people are equal in fundamental worth, rights, and opportunities. It advocates for eliminating social hierarchies and ensuring equal treatment across gender, ethnicity, and social class. It often focuses on distributing resources or opportunities equally. So this is where a lot of, I assume, socialism and communism is supposed to fall under, right? A lot of these things get bad reps, and so people try to find a new word to work with it. Hello, official. But that is kind of the impression I'm getting. I'm sure that the thing is, I feel like I am under that branch as well. But more recently, I have been considering my my opinions on, I guess, meritocracy. Meritocracy, basically, where I was going to say country, but it doesn't have to be a country. But a governing body is those who are expertise, basically. Merit. It comes from the word merit. And I don't have strong opinions on it. It's just something that I have been considering. However, I have a friend who I was talking very, very briefly about politics with, but they had an interesting opinion that I've not heard anyone say before, and that was that they are not a believer that we are able, and I'm not saying this is true or false, it is just interesting to think about. They said that they're not really a big believer that we have the ability to govern hundreds of millions of people, or even tens of millions of people. So when governments are supposed to make decisions on millions of people, even, I can't remember exactly what it is, but we'll say millions of people, it's just not possible. And so they're like they're a big fan of just trying to make sure that we should be putting more focus on the like the smaller councils and whatnot, because then it's like you can try and do the betterment of the community, but that community should be quite small, like a village rather than an entire country. And yeah, I think that it is pretty sensible way of thinking, basically. But I am not I'm not very well versed in these things. But it was interesting. Also, I like how you guys are just chatting about Call of Duty. Hi, Ron. Are you a stud? Don't I just look like one? I think wall plus sconce in a coffee shop, wall plus plants as a potting shed. Okay, so we need a sconce, you're saying. Done. We can make this happen. I learned the hard way changing my first burst tire. The car was on a slight incline. The jack slipped to the side, shit, and caught my hand between the jack and the car. Almost lost my hand. Oh my god. That sounds awful. I'm so sorry, Sean, but luckily it turned out okay. Are you a Rapunzel? That's the brick wall. You guys caught me. I keep saying that I'm in an attic, but it's actually a very, 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 very tall attic, all the way up in the very tippity top of a big old tower. And you can't quite see how long my hair is from this angle. So yes, it's me, Rapunzel. Very cute. I forgot I had my full first name on here. I was like, how the fuck she knows my name is Brian? Whoopsies. Whoopsies. Yeah, you're fine. You're fine. You can always change your username if you want as well. Okie dokie. Sensible thinking? It's the internet. Well, this wasn't the internet. I had this conversation offline, so maybe that's why they were able to have some sensible thinking, because they weren't caught up in the internet echo chambers. Love the accent. Thank you, cutie. Come across very authentic. I really appreciate that. That's very sweet. I try. I definitely try. I think a lot of my personality online is exactly how I am offline. Except when I go offline, I often am just on my own, so I'm just very quiet in my little corner. But people that I hang out with, they will tell you that it's just me. It's just me. This is me. Isn't a village meant to be only like 500 people before it starts going wrong? That is the all I know about 500 now is that is the recommended amount of people to have to avoid like genetic issues, i.e. inbreeding. So I don't know if it applies to politics either. I just know that over 500 is good for diversifying the gene pool, essentially. Politics, yeah, everyone argues it never works, but that's the problem, is to make decisions, because I'm definitely not an anarchist. To make decisions for the community, we do need some sort of politics to, fix that pothole in the road, etc. The old think global act. Wait. Oh, okay. Yes, I can read this now. The old think global, act local. That's a nice phrase. I've not actually heard that before, but I was able to pass what that means. So think globally, but act locally. Cool. I like it. Hi, Big Hoss. We're going to do some reacts, but we're just drinking tea and talking about the internet, I suppose. I feel like that's pretty decent. A way to phrase what we've been doing. Nice smile, gorgeous. Thank you. Citation for the best size of village. Dunbar's number is suggested cognitive limit of approximately 150 people with whom a human can maintain a stable social relationships. Oh, this is the monkey sphere. We talked about the monkey sphere last year sometime. Those in which an individual knows who each person is and how they relate to others. Proposed by British anthropologist Robin Dunbar in the 1990s only. This number is based on the relationship between primate brain size and group size. Yeah, I think that's the monkey sphere. However, 150, that is lower than the suggested size for genetic diversification. So villages are not allowed to be larger than 500. That is what we're deciding now. 500 to get the diversity, but if it gets too high, then you can no longer help the community. So 500 is good. Centralization creates efficiency depending on the context. I'm not familiar with what you mean about centralization. Sorry, some guy, if you're able to help me out with that one. 500? I played that! Not at school, but with my family. See, Mama, I don't know anyone who plays 500 other than my family members. That's so exciting. Oh my God. I love it. As in, if you're not talking about the card game, then I have no idea what you're talking about. But if you're talking about the card game, because what else are you going to be talking about? Then I love the game 500. I don't have anyone that I can play with. My dad never learnt it, but my mum was the one who taught me, and sometimes would even play two-handed 500 where you have obviously just versing each other, but then you have the two hands. Oh my God. No, it's not like Rummy 500. You have trump cards, and you have to bid on how many tricks you think you're going to win. That was a big thing in my mother's. So my mum has lots and lots of brothers and sisters, and so they would play it as kids, basically. And then a lot of them taught the next generation, i.e. me, to play. And so sometimes even the cousins would play. It was very good. I decided a big meritocracy is a myth because in reality, so many of the vulnerable people it protects will just end up not being included. Exactly. And there'll be, I think that's some of what I've been thinking about. I think that it can be a very dangerous game of deciding who is the most qualified for these roles, because we already see that issue in our current society, right? One of these days, it will not be a scam. One of these days. Hi, Francis. Do you want to do purge? No, thank you. I am not pro-purging. Good morning, Lil Miss. Politics doesn't work. It does. Goes in circles and never gets anywhere. Yes, and I have someone who works in policy that I know, and that is exactly what they describe, is that it's just conversations over conversations over conversations and very little action. And so that to me says that sometimes, and I say this as someone famously who struggles with indecision, I've started trying to get better at just doing and then doing what's it called? Like where if I've done something that I shouldn't have, then I will change it then. But at least I'm trying, basically. But yes, nobody can agree with everyone. But I am definitely not an anarchist. I do like some order to these things. React doesn't usually start until at least 3 hours. No, we're going to start, I think, at about the 1 hour mark, which is soon. I was drinking tea, but unfortunately it is now depleted. But I hope you enjoy your beer. I do like my beer, but it is 9 a.m. See you later, Winky. Did you just call people in villages smaller than 151 monkeys? No, I said it's the monkey sphere. It is a concept, but that was an accident. Monkey sphere. Let me bring it up for you. The phrase was extremely popular during the 90s, so-called no global movement. I am amazed you never heard it. Yeah, I guess I wasn't in the 90s. I wasn't born in the 90s, and so I wouldn't have heard it through current events. And I'm only more recently getting on to learning about politics and history anyway. So now that is entering my realm of knowledge. I have a global mind. I think all humans are equal, which makes sense when you're talking about egalitarianism. I think all humans are equal in an ideal world, would all be treated the same on a world government, but that much centralization puts all your eggs in one basket. The other thing that I was this might be a little bit cheeky, I suppose. One of the things that made me I feel like for a long time I had this egalitarianism view as well. But one of the things that has been making me rethink this, and maybe there's nuance in everything. We don't always have to have a black and white approach. But someone like Johnny Somali, if you don't know who Johnny Somali is, good. That is very excellent news. It's not helpful to one's mental health to know who Johnny Somali is. However, the point is that he was is a nuisance streamer where he's done a whole bunch of problems in Japan and then in Korea. And in Korea, he got arrested and he got sentenced. By the way, for those who have / sort of been following it, he has appealed. So he's probably going to end up in jail longer than the 6 months that he was already sentenced to. Do I really think that this guy should be out in society? That is maybe not so applicable to you, some guy, if you don't know who Johnny Somali is. But my point is that watching all of that play out did make me start reconsidering if all people should be treated equally. But I suppose if you use the same logic of, well, we should all be treated equally, and if you are committing crimes, we will apply this punishment equally, then I can maybe understand it. But anyway, it's early thoughts. New Zealand thing, the game 500 is not a New Zealand thing, but it is very popular in New Zealand. I don't know why, but I remember looking it up a while ago, and I think there was even in the wiki page. I mean, I can look it up now. I've got Monkey Sphere, 500 card game. I think there was something in the wiki page that talked about how common it is in I thought it was the US as well, but the US, it's not that hard to be common in when you have over 300 million people. So there can be literally millions of people who have never heard of the card game. But if there is more than 5 million people, that's still larger than the entire population of New Zealand, you know? You need to teach us 500. Maybe, but it's a very difficult one to just figure out how to play online. Oh, I have heard of a game called Bullshit, but I don't think we're talking about the same one. Shaking ass in Walmart will never happen, but now look at me. I don't know what you mean by that. When I was locked up in juvenile detention, I learned this game called Bullshit. Oh, that's where it was. Yeah, I learned a game called Bullshit as well. It's like where you call out someone if you think they're lying, right? I think that's how I would play Bullshit, at least. I do really like my boots. I haven't had too much of a need to use them at the moment because it's been such sunny weather. So I've just been taking my walking shoes rather than my boots. But I do like them. I had friends in high school who played 500. So this is in Australia. I play sometimes with them, but that was over 20 years ago. Yeah, my mum and I play every now and again when we're back together. But I don't think I've met anyone outside of my family and extended family that plays. Yeah, I don't recall anyone being like, "Oh my god!" Like, I guess it's not surprising to not know people who play it because the ability to come up with learning the game. Oh, sorry, not learning the game. The likelihood of 500, the game, coming up in conversation is very slim. So maybe there are more people that I know that play it. It just hasn't come up in conversation. Oh, wait. Actually, there was my ex's friend knew how to play. That's the only person outside of my family, and so we did play. We went on like a camping trip. All four of us, as in my ex and I and the other couple. And so we played 500 then. That was a good time. That was fun. But that was the only person outside of my family that I knew played 500. I'm well, Mark. I posted a few things about headache. I got worried. I will not spam here. I will not be here when you read this full of work in the end of the month. Thanks. It is in the oldest video. Thank you, Mark. I will go check that out. I very much appreciate the care. All the best. Hi guys. Obi-Wan dated an ex-Mandalorian for a time, mainly for the benefits like a jetpack and portable high ground. Oh, well, you know, they're very clever. Not an anarchist, but at this point, almost every single system is broken. Yes, yeah, I completely empathize with that opinion for sure. Most people are starting to think the thing to do is reset, and I think under that same vein, some people are like, oh, you know, we're overdue a world war. I am not pro-war. I am not ignorant in the fact that I recognize that they, unfortunately, I think are cyclical and do continue to happen, and we can't really stop them because of just the nature of humans. But that doesn't mean I have to be pro-war. But I do not hold the same beliefs of the anarchists who are like, we just need another war. It's like, no, thank you. Do you want that? No. Nope. I like my cushy little privileged life. Thank you. Mentioned think globally, act locally a while ago. It's stuck in my head from a movie called Biodome. We must have talked about it in a way that didn't stick with me, unfortunately. But I am sure that it will stick with me now. Johnny Zamani should be under the jail. Well, give it time. Reprimanded, chastised, admonished, reproved, rebuked. These are good words. In a town so small, everyone's chance of being the village idiot or town drunk increased by tenfold. You could be one and the same. Maybe you have to take on multiple labels. Yes, so politics is very depressing, but it is good. It is good to learn things after all. Cheesy, good morning. I didn't see the deep fake victim appealing to, but yeah, he's so good. Thanks for the subscribes and thank you for the follows, guys. I wish I could do a flip Windows God. I wish. I can never be near that man. He's a sociopath. Yeah, exactly. And so that's why I'm like, ooh, do we really need to treat everyone equally? Yeah, criminals need consequences. That's why I put that caveat as well. But if you, like I said, if you don't know Johnny Somali, good, some guy. It's not worth your brain cells. I promise you that. I live near London, but I'm originally from New Zealand, and I am a ginger Maori. You got it. Bonjour. Yes, Johnny Somali is a nuisance. He's absolutely a nuisance. Yes, so bullshit is the one. You call cards you are placing down. You don't have to tell the truth. If you get caught out, you pick up the Discord pile. Yes, so I think that you can also call it cheat if you want a less, if you don't want to swear for the title. Cheat is the same, or at least a similar game. I used to be a monster! Rummy 500, adorable! I used to play a lot of Kings and Assholes. I think we used to call it President ourselves. Or Scum. Yeah, Scum. We used to call it Scum. And then the adults that played it called it President. Just the name for, yeah, obvious reasons. But I'm not sure if they're the same. Hi, Ali. The platypus is native to eastern Australia and Tasmania. It is known for its distinct features, including a bill like a duck, a tail like a beaver, webbed feet, and venomous. But only the males are venomous, Chris. If you didn't know that, that's a little extra FYI for you. Did you ever play Strip Jack Naked? No, I don't know this one. I know this is going to sound stupid. I am a New Zealander, Brian. Sorry. I only just saw that. I don't know you, but I wish you the best of luck. Thank you, Rhymes with Grug. Thank you. Hi, Donald. I thought those motherfuckers were talking about the film 500. I don't even know. Oh, you mean like actually film in cameras? Because when you say the film 500, I'm thinking of the film 300 just to make it more confusing. Oh gosh, I don't have a British accent. Nice try. Again, people so confidently wrong. I'm Faisal. Hi, Faisal. Are you on the spectrum? Not officially, like I don't have an official diagnosis, but sometimes I wonder. Gold Coast. Well, it might sound like a Gold Coast accent because all the New Zealanders moved to Australia, and particularly in the Gold Coast, the amount of I like Gold Coast is like little New Zealand. I tell you what, you go to the Gold Coast and you run into so many Kiwis for sure. Yeah. What's it like there? In New Zealand, Australia, or where I currently am in the UK? Muffler shop? Oh my god! Paul! Now that's... Okay, this I don't know if you were in the conversation earlier, but this is perfect. Guys, can we just get a little shout out to Paul, who is clearly a man's man? That's a real man. I'm just going to read their message again. Watching from my muffler shop while welding some metal plates. Wow, that is a man. Surely you were here earlier listening to all of that. Because if you weren't in the chat like half an hour ago, my goodness gracious, you are just a true man in that case. Do they mean 300? I don't know, man. I don't know. Hi, Georgie. This is not Sparta, actually. Human males are poisonous too, actually. Yes, but there's a difference between poison and venom, you know? We got to make sure we're using the correct word. In the event of World War III, I got my Mad Max cosplay down to the T. You're going to be so mad if it happens after you pass away then. It's peer-reviewed diagnosis, exactly right. That's the one, see, mama. The diagnosis came from how I took the test, not the results, which is actually what they say as well, is it's more about your thinking process rather than the actual result. I don't know how you guys finished it in 5 minutes. My God. What's it like in the UK? Thank you for the specificity. I like it. It's a bit, it's very quaint. That's the thing. I feel like a lot of the Brits complain a lot, and they shouldn't because they have a lot going for them. But I also understand the complaints when there is so much natural beauty in some of the nearby countries. But otherwise, it's quiet where I am. I'm not in London, but it's just quiet and calm and sometimes a little bit boring, I will admit. But through that boredom allows comfort and safety. And then I just got to find other things to entertain myself, like coming onto the internet and chatting. Trying to get my Komatsu bulldozer up and running. See, these are words I don't even know, so that shows that they're truly a man. But yeah, Komatsu must be the brand. But that's cool. I hope that you get that all organized.
I'm doing my part.
I live in Indiana in the US. It will be hot as fuck one day, then it's snowing 2 days later. It takes a real man to wear a pink jumper. Even better if you're a husky boy with piercing blue eyes. Hot. But speaking of pink, it is Wednesday. I hope you guys are all wearing pink today. Just like me filling out the questionnaire for Tree's assessment, except I answered a lot of things wrong because that's just what it's like being a kid. You're very funny. If you're in London, it wouldn't be quite. Exactly. I've gone to London and it has a lot of cool things, but I would never want to live there for sure. Hi, Instax. Why can't we complain about our own country? Okay, what do I want to complain about New Zealand? I hate how beautiful New Zealand is. It just makes me mad. I'm like, why is everything so gorgeous? This is just, I cannot stand it. It is overwhelming, you know? You walk out, and you're like, I'm so overwhelmed. Where do I look? Everywhere I look, it's wonderful. And it's overstimulating, you know? God, I hate that. I hate that about New Zealand. Pomelo, all the best with the rest. Remember trying to learn the card game Dawn, which might be 500 by another name. Used to play with family. Oh, there are so many games that have trumps and winning tricks. So for example, I would say 500 is closer to bridge. If you think Dawn is close to bridge, then maybe maybe there's a similarity there. But yes, it is a lot of these card games that are based on tricks and winning tricks. There are a lot of them. Not to be confused with hearts or spades. There's also the German one, Skat. There are a lot out there. But if you were going to compare 500 to anything, it would be euchre. EUCHRE. So if you've heard of euchre, you'll know how to play 500. That is the easiest and closest game to 500. I prefer my toxicity to remain on the internet. That's good. I thought you were talking about the UK. No, the UK is it just is. Look, the thing is, I like being in the UK. I really do. I've been very happy. But I'm not going to pretend that it's the most beautiful country. But I am looking forward to exploring it more. And then the funniest thing is that a lot of the places where it's really pretty is like Scotland and Wales. And so I guess Cornwall, I heard, is all right. Anyway, I'm still looking. We will be there for your jail. Thank you. Funnily enough, the last stream I was on had a New Zealander, and it was about Britain. Yeah, so all of the Commonwealth is all connected after all. Give me £500. I will try and find someone who is of that weight, and you can have them. Why are there so many beautiful views in Wisconsin? I hate our mountains and national parks. They just look too beautiful. It just makes me overwhelmed, damn it. It makes me overwhelmed. What about Jack Changes? Do you play that in New Zealand? No, I've never heard of this, but that doesn't mean that it's not played, obviously. But I do not know it. The word says to give drink to those who are thirsty and feed the hungry. That's nice. She doesn't have an OnlyFans. Yes, hair is real. She's a Kiwi living in the UK. Yes, the bot will eventually get to all of those, but for now, that's my tomorrow job. I'm not streaming tomorrow, so I will be doing a lot of my labor, you know. I don't know any card games apart from Snap. That's nice. Yeah, London. No, London's not miserable. It's just a lot. I think that all of the older buildings are really cool. And I think that the West End is cool, but I also like musicals. So that's not very hard for me to like there. What's it called? Soho. Not to be confused with Southern Hollywood. Soho. So I think it's Soho. Yeah, that whole area with the jazz bars and whatnot. There are some cool pockets in London, and I understand why people love it. I just cannot live in a big city. I've done my time in a big city, and I do not want to do it anymore, and London is even bigger than the city that I lived in, so. You ever seen a whale's catfish? I don't know what you're saying to me. No. Yes, Ireland is technically not a part of the UK unless we're talking about Northern Ireland, but that's where the Giant's Causeway is. The really cool, like, hexagonal stone. So I want to go see that at some point. The Forza Horizon 4 UK is beautiful, though. That's quite sweet. I haven't played Forza, but I know what you're referring to. Hydrate. Yes, I will hydrate very shortly. Hi again, Silver. Looking nice. Thank you, Michael. Happy birthday for July. Ireland and the UK are one in the same. Oh, golly. You don't tell the Irish that, my gosh. G'day, hi, Mighty Gaming. Up the waz indeed. Now I run away. Okay, bye. On streaming, but bot maintenance anymore? Yeah, that was my pivot just for one day. Are we supposed to know how to break it? Yeah, I am not a tech tuber, but maybe my bot X-Clemputer can one day have some tech tube assistance for the girly pops out there who need the YouTube tutorials. I live next to Yosma. Oh my gosh, you must hate it there. You're not impressed, really? 10 whole years ago, I was in Yosma. I can't remember which walk I did, but it was pretty darn beautiful. But I guess, like I said, you must hate it there. Salut. Wales catfish is a type of catfish from Wales. They get like 7 feet long. Oh my gosh. No, I don't know anything like this. Ireland isn't UK, but yes, Northern Ireland is. That's for now. The worst thing about living in New Zealand is worrying that they're going to miss out on all the good nuclear wars. Jesus Christ. Oh my gosh. There's lots of beauty in the UK. Yes, and don't get me wrong, there are definitely some nice places. Snowdon was gorgeous. Snowdonia, the national park. I would like to go back for sure and do some hikes around there. I completely agree, Phil. I went to Snowdonia and then I just, it was such a beautiful day for it. And I just sat and drank a bunch of cider. But I forgot my walking shoes, so I couldn't go for hikes. But I will go back for hikes. Have you gone to a Tesco? Are they like Walmart? No, they're not like Walmart. They're most of the Tesco's are small-ish. Not all of them. It's kind of just like there are a bunch of corner store Tesco's. Walmart, I get, is more would have more. Tesco's just a big supermarket or a small supermarket. It's just a supermarket. Anyhow, yes, it's an hour. I know we were supposed to start. I still call New Zealand and Australia the same, except to be honest, New Zealand is more diverse. I don't know what you mean by diverse. Do you mean the people or do you mean the flora, basically? I thought they meant a whale was pretending to be someone else on Tinder. Yeah, that's what I was thinking. A whale's catfishing. I'm glad it wasn't just me as well. Yes, I am a natural ginger. My hair is natural. Matlock in the Midlands. Oh, I've not heard of Matlock. That's a new one. So a lot of people say Peak District, and I went to Peak District, and admittedly I was not that impressed because I come from New Zealand. When I was driving through the Peak District, I was like, this is just hills. There were some areas where they had caves and a bit rockier, which was cooler, but I was like, I don't know what the big deal is. Lake District was fine. But I have had the privilege of traveling a lot of the world, and I've seen much more impressive lakes, even in Scotland itself, even just a little bit more north. And I did not get recommended Matlock, so I have to look this one up. I also don't want a nuclear war, don't worry. Do you like Oxford? I was indifferent about Oxford. I visited Oxford for one day last year, and it was fine. It just was like a city. I didn't think anything was too standout, so maybe it would be an okay place to study and live in that case, where it's just like quiet, quaint. So yeah, maybe it would be okay to study at, but I was, as a tourist, pretty indifferent about it. I don't think it, whereas Cambridge, I don't like Cambridge, but Cambridge, I think, is better suited for tourism because of how grand the colleges are. It does feel a lot more like something you can tour, whereas Oxford, I think they still have these very grand colleges, but they're integrated more into a modern context, I think better than Cambridge does. You say heaps a lot. Yes, that is probably more of a New Zealand thing. I don't know if the Aussies say it. I think the Aussies do say heaps as well. But yes, heaps is for sure a Kiwi, not slang, but it is used a lot in Kiwi dialect. And I'm pretty sure the Aussies say heaps a lot instead of a lot. So yes, I've never thought about that, but good pickup. Definitely good pickup. Where do you weigh a whale? At the whaleway station! When you live somewhere beautiful and all you see are tourists ruining your day, it gets old quick. Okay, that I can understand for sure, Boggs. Yeah, I get that. Trim my beard so my nose hair sticking out like crazy. Was like, all right, grab my nose hair trimmer, no worries. Out of batteries! You got this. Oh, you can't go out in public. Get those nose hairs trimmed, Ron, you disgusting thing. Your voice is so enchanting. Thank you, I guess. What are you even talking about? Happy New Year, I guess. Yes, the Cotswolds. That's a good point. And I just learned about Puzzlewood. So I will have to go to Puzzlewood at some point as well. I am not going to try Welsh, thank you. I went to Wales and I was like, I tried. Look, don't get me wrong, I did try, but I will not try to learn it. You left the land of waterfalls and elves for the 1800s Industrial Revolution. No, England is badass. I think there's a lot to England, but if you like natural beauty, then that is not necessarily England. Scotland, however, I would recommend. Yes, and Bulgaria. I would love to come to Bulgaria for sure, Georgie. Have you ever heard of or looked into the Mammoth Cave? No, I don't know this one. Sorry. You're welcome to share more about it. But we will have to move on soon. Nose job? You think I have a nose job? God, no. Mine, or unless you're implying I should get one. A nose job is the only cosmetic surgery I would get. While you were smoking a microphone, I just wanted to see what would happen. I got bored of the drugs I was taking. We use heaps, exactly. I live in the hills, but I dream of the mountains. Exactly right, Phil. That's me. Cartoon channels in the UK are dead now. Oh, I've never really thought about that. I don't really watch TV on TV. Anyhow, yeah, we say heaps as well. Thanks, Killer Grunt, for the confirmation there. Yeah, Puzzlewood. Apparently it's just this really, really ancient forest. So I'll have to look into that. Massachusetts. I'm Canadian, Irish American. Oh my gosh. I saw someone else say Erin go brach, but I don't know how to pronounce Gaelic. I hate tourists. I wish we would make more dangerous hiking trails. There are plenty of dangerous hiking trails out there, actually. But the ones that are frequenting your area, I guess, would be very well maintained. And it's like, we fucked up with that, didn't we? I cannot say I hate tourists because I love travel. So it's not. I'm very good at being in tourist cities with other tourists and just kind of accepting that that's a part of it. I do try to find areas that are less touristy, of course, and more of a snapshot into how the locals live, I suppose. But I can understand tourism ruining an area because as someone from New Zealand, I do find it very frustrating when like rubbish often comes with large groups, right? And so places that are known for their natural beauty being ruined with just fumes from either cruise ships or cars and all of this, and needing to pave the land for these transport, and then the rubbish that comes with people not cleaning up after themselves. Yeah, I get it. Yes, yeah, I put the mic stand on yesterday, so it's not too bad. I enjoyed having my handheld mic, but it's still, I guess how I've placed it doesn't seem like it's too in your face. It's in my face, but it's not in your face, you know? The streaming room is coming along. My setup here is good. I actually got a second monitor, a little update for everyone. I decided to just bite the bullet. So I could have done it as a fundraiser, but I don't know. I wanted that for myself. And I had a few flyby donations that was like, yes, let's just get it out of the way. So I'm no longer using the crappy TV for those who are aware of it. I have 2 identical monitors and I did a whole bunch of cable management and it's just looking much better here. However, you can see on the other side that it is pretty empty. I will need to get a light at some point, but today it's nice and sunny, so I don't have to worry about it. Okay, nose job. Yeah, they knows. When I get my Australian accent down, I started saying Dunny. That's funny. I like it. Funny Dunny. Hi, Cara. How you going? How are things? Southampton is not very beautiful, no. But I like it here, but it's not beautiful. But it has a lot of walks, so that's okay. Scottish Gaelic. You know the answer. Brazilian butt lift. Yes. That is the cosmetic surgery I already have. I just don't show it off, you know. You want to visit France? I'll have to visit France at some point as well. But it's probably not going to happen this year. Yeah, I need a penis reduction. That's the one. Everyone knows it. Today I give that big dick energy, but it's actually quite an issue. It's a medical. There's my Kiwi accent. For those who are wondering about my accent, I know it's not a strong Kiwi accent, but you'll hear it every now and again, and that was it slipping through. My medical. I have a medical condition of having a really big dick. Is Birmingham that bad? I have never been to Birmingham, so I won't be able to answer that until I go there. I was just talking to someone on another stream about Manchester. I loved Manchester. I was in Manchester for a whole month. I really, really like Manchester, but I don't know about Birmingham. But Manchester, I do think was very cool. It's very industrial vibe. There's a whole, actually, funnily enough, there's a whole bunch of brick, but it's this very specific type of red brick that looks very trendy, very hipstery, and they have all these bees everywhere. It was cool. I like Manchester. I was going to move to Manchester, but then my housemate said that I could live here, and I'd rather live here in a less hip-hop happening hotspot for no rent than trying to find somewhere to live in Manchester, where I potentially would have had to live on my own, and it would have been very expensive. So very happy to be here. Maybe I'll go up to Manchester eventually, or maybe I will go to Birmingham and fall in love with it. I don't know. I'm too redneck to be a tourist. I want to light up fireworks and shoot guns. I always say, no, you can't do that here. Ruining your fun. I live on the water in Australia with the whitest sands in the world. You must be up north near the Whitsundays then. Hey, how Americans come to the UK and glaze the place. Yeah, like, I understand it for Ireland and maybe Scotland, but, like, come on. Croydon is peak urban design. My bro, the sealed in the underpass because homeless people set it on fire. Oh, my gosh. Well, now I feel like I need to go to Croydon. Barry Manilow? Yeah, why not? Thank you for the subscriptions. You're perfect the way you are. Thank you, Darren. That's actually really sweet. That's why I don't get a nose job. I'm not self-conscious about my nose, but you know, sometimes where people are like, oh, like if you were to I don't know, you know those questions where it's like, if you were to have dinner with anyone alive or dead, who would it be? I actually saw a funny skit about that where they're like, dead, definitely. And everyone's like, what? Sorry? Yeah, I'd definitely have them dead. Dead for sure, exactly. I newbie. Anyway, so one of these questions, one of them is like, if you were to get cosmetic surgery, what would you get? And so a lot of people were like, boob job. But for me, I would shave down my bridge. I like my nose from the front, but I would make this, and that's the thing, is you guys can't really tell when I'm at the front, but I would shave my bridge because I want one of those cute, those button noses that go like this. I want one of them, but I don't care enough to actually go get one of them, and I don't have enough money to afford one of them. Thank you, Kara. In answer to your question of how I've been very well. I don't know if you got the news, Kara, but I am in England now, so I'm a lot closer to you than I was before. Man United, not Man City? You're going to Birmingham, former CEO. Just eating food? Well, let us know how it goes, all right? Because we don't know anything about it. I am better, thank you for asking. Green matcha, thin unsaturated cold drink with dark vanilla ice shot, grande, and strawberry muffin macaroons with vegan cream frosting icing on top. Well, thank you, Francis. That is very kind. I've lived in Nigeria, though. That was 10 times worth no electricity most of the time. I guess they still need to build up the infrastructure, maybe. I know very little about African cities, and so I don't think that comes as a surprise. Unfortunately, in the Western world, we don't really learn much about it. But I'm trying. I know it's very different, but I went to South Africa, so I've kind of accidentally learned a little bit more about other African countries while I was at it. So I'm trying to learn more. It's going great with the stream setup. Thank you. Yeah, I got the entire house, Phil. You got it. Gaelic and Scottish, both Celtics. I don't know enough about the history there. I thought that the I guess I'll have to look up what Celtics is. What cream do you use? I just use moisturizer.
I'm doing my part.
I missed that Sea Mama, so I'll have to check out what that was all about. Rumi's great. would you welcome me? Hi, JB Greenland. Sorry I missed that from earlier, but hi, welcome, 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 welcome. Lurking, thank you, Kelpie. Maybe the brick wall is fake. Maybe. I can kind of play the guitar, but I don't have one, so I will try and source one here because I have actually been feeling like a little bit inspired to pluck some strings. Yes, no rent, but that is why my setup looks like this. Why do you think I'm in such a bare bones situation? The lack of rent, obviously. I'm just wondering if people from New Zealand like Flight of the Conchords. Without a doubt. I don't think I've met any New Zealander who doesn't like Flight of the Conchords. I'm sure there's someone out there, but it's pretty rare. It's pretty rare. Converted the attic into a living space. Well, technically it's illegal to make this a living space. You're not allowed to put a bed in here, which is why there's not one in here. But there's a little bit more room down there. So I'm thinking I might turn it into kind of like a, what do you call like a man cave? But for me. I'm gonna turn this into not quite a rumpus room, but I want to have like a little couch and shelves to put books and somewhere to put all my plushies. So I don't think you guys will see a lot of my plushies and whatnot, but I do want to put somewhere where it's like maybe somewhere like here. I could put a shelf where then we have a channel point redemption that's like trade Pokemon, and then we can have like the do and then we swap out the Pokemon so the plushies still are around, but they won't be in en masse like they were in the past. So I think I will decorate is my point. For so long I was like, no, I do just like the brick wall, but I think I will decorate. It might take me months though, is all. Attics don't have brick, dummy? Well, where the hell am I then? Where am I if it's not an attic? Now you're making me scared. How long did it take you to become proficient at playing guitar? I'm not, so that's a very easy answer. No, I basically can do very simple chords so that I can do the 4 chords and just sing along to that. I can't really do any of the plucking, I guess. So I would not say I'm proficient at playing guitar. I would say I am. What's like I'm at like entry level. I can play at entry level. Yes, my Hobbit Hall. That's one. A woman cave command center. I like though. I haven't seen Tribe though. I'm not familiar with Tribe whatsoever. A woman cave means a different thing. I actually was thinking of something to do with vagina, but I couldn't quite. I couldn't quite think of like cozy cave. Like I was thinking about it, but it wasn't coming to mind. A streamer shale in a ginger grove. Well, we do have the orange grove as the Discord, but nonetheless. Why is it illegal? So I can't tell you exactly, newbie, because I'm very new to the UK. But something about oh, hi Ari, by the way. It's something to do with the requirements of what a bedroom is. And so if you cannot, it's like a fire health hazard thing. So if you do not have a space that meets the requirements from a safety aspect, like this room where it doesn't have a window that one can escape, or if in an event of a fire, for example, then it cannot be called a bedroom. That's not to say people won't put a bed in here, but you cannot call it a bedroom. Can I take a joke? Only if you can give me one. Anywho. What do you think of the term LARPer in a Gen Z sense? It means like something that's cool, but a lot of people saying it's toxic. I've never heard of the term LARPer before, so I will have to hear people using it before I have an opinion on it. It's all dusty, so Clem's woman cave is all dusty and has spider webs. It's true. It's true. Petition to officially name the attic the Stream Womb. It reminds me of Monty Python with the R, so I like it. It's my Stream Womb. Is there a problem with how I say Stream Womb? I like it. It's my Stream Womb. It looks good for the brick wall. Has character, surprisingly good camouflage. I know, that's the other reason why I need to get decoration, so I'm not blending into it. Hello, guy, Legion, sorry. Got heartbroken when my local liquor store stopped carrying a new Castle beer. I always felt distinguished drinking Royal English Ale. Well, I don't like the English beer, so you shouldn't feel distinguished. I cannot play Cowboys from Hell by Pantera, but I was trying to learn Crimson Rain by Avenged Sevenfold. If I have the music somewhere, I don't know where, but that was one that I wanted to learn. If that gives me any brownie points. Is it cavernous? Ooh, yes, my stream room is cavernous. I seen you live on here. Thought I'd pop on over. Tanko cat. I swear I saw you in my dreams. Well, that's so unfortunate for you. I do have that effect. I hope that it was okay. I know a lot of people will wake up feeling very scared after I enter their dreams. It's not intentional. That's just the effect I have on people. I thought man caves were trashy until I saw Henry Danger. No, I don't know who Henry Danger is. There is a Beatles monument in Liverpool. The Beatles are from Liverpool and the Beatles are everywhere there. I found that England has a habit of taking a motif and just putting it everywhere. So Nottingham is Robin Hood, for example. They just have the Sheriff of Nottingham and Robin Hood. Even their buses are named after Robin Hood. It's the Robin Hood Network or something similar to that. I can't remember exactly, but I remember that it was named after Robin Hood. And then Liverpool was the Beatles everywhere. Manchester, they have bees. So bees was a motif that they decided was about their community and the hustle and bustle and the industrial roots that they came from. So that's kind of a thing that they like to do, is having this motif. And so yeah, Beatles in Liverpool everywhere. If you're in a house with a brick attic, you made horrible life choices. I made phenomenal life choices, thank you very much. You could argue that my housemate who owns this place made terrible life choices, don't get me wrong. But I, on the other hand, am living here rent-free, so I think that's a pretty good deal. That being said, it sounds like the person who owned this place beforehand maybe did this as a bit of an aesthetic thing. You can decide whether you like the aesthetic. I like the aesthetic. I assumed it was you, Cara, don't get me wrong, with the popping over. It's good to have you here. The moisture in a non-insulated room. Okay. Can you swallow a joke? I'm scared at where this is going. Forget a man cave, I've got man shit. I love that. I love it. I love it. That's what the mods are for. Chatter offers jokes, sword falls. Yeah, a hammock would be okay. But I would have to figure out how to set it up is the only problem. Yeah, LARPing is live action role playing for me as well. Exactly right. Avenged Sevenfold is fire. Yes, I got brownie points with some person then. Hi, Anne. Man Eater Cave. Now we're talking. I like it. I'm a health inspector freak. Oh no. Luckily, your jurisdiction don't hold up over here. You're from America, and unless that was all a front, and you've been lying to me just to get me to expose myself, not unlike the brick behind me. Anyhow. Damn it, nothing to do with you, but now I have to pull out my guitar and playing Pantera. Yes, please. All right, guys, we gotta catch up. We haven't played any reacts, and this is not how today was meant to play out. Yes, newbie, we're multi-streaming. You got it. You got it. You have nice eyes. Thank you. Wait, which eye? You said only one eye, so which one? The left or the right? What are you doing in England? I just wanted to be closer to Europe, and England was easier to get a visa, and it's easy because we speak English. But yeah, I like it. Live action role playing, it's simply an acronym, quite. Can you take a joke? Not my preferred thing to do, let's put it that way. Took me years to learn Pantera's guitar. Dimebag Darrell was the most amazing guitar player. I'm assuming that they're in Pantera. Sadly, he was murdered. Oh no. Why do all of these people end up having their lives taken? Oh my gosh. Siege. I lived in a mountain Hawke's Bay of the... Oh, this is for skateboarding and whatnot. Robin Hood. Where was this? Robin Hood. Mischief in Sherwood is peak. I don't know this one. What did the paladin proctologist do to the undead? He wrecked him! I don't know what WSP stands for. Sorry, Timmy. I don't know this one. My grandmother was British and she's passed, but we want to go to the UK to visit. What's the best city to go and stay in or country in? I am very new to the UK, so I am not the best authority for that. What I can tell you is that my favorite city that I've visited so far was Bath. I wouldn't live there, but in terms of tourism and like a really beautiful city specifically, I think Bath is a great option. And the reason why I went to Bath was because it was recommended to me, and I really enjoyed it. It's got a lot of Roman, like I think it's neoclassical architecture. My architecture is not very good, as in my knowledge of architecture is not very good. But they have a lot of green, lush trees that is integrated within the city, and they've got this beautiful river going through it that is a lot cleaner, and it's actually a nice color compared to the brown of the Thames. So Bath is somewhere that I would recommend, Genji. Yes, like comedy show vibes. You're not the first, Rage Time. Are we pitching names for the room? London Dungeon. It would work if I were in London, but unfortunately I'm not in London. What happened to Poison Ivy background? Well, I moved countries, so I have to rebuild it, basically. Illegal immigration? Who told you that? I'm here completely legally, for sure. I hate aesthetic so much, and my keyboard suggested the barking emoji just by typing it. So Lappy! Okay, so that's a good example of Lappy, but I do like them sometimes. So Lappy, maybe it comes out of this terminology of performative, perhaps? Would that make sense? This is how Wreact Wednesday goes. This is also true. Let's be real. Dimebag was a virtuoso, you say. Yeah, that doesn't surprise me. I have an amazing old grandma voice impression. That's just my real voice. So, in fact, I actually have a good middle-aged, expired woman at the ripe old age of 29 impression. Can I have the mic? You can have a different mic, but you can't have this mic. I don't know what my IQ is, actually. I don't trust IQ tests. And I can tell you why I don't trust IQ tests. Because you can prepare for an IQ test. I kid you not. You can study for an IQ test, and so that you can try and learn how to recognize patterns and the type of questions that they ask. So you can outperform your IQ on an IQ test by preparation. So I do not know my IQ, because when I did do an IQ test, it seemed this is not a brag, but this is why I have suspicion on the IQ test. When I did an IQ test, it was free, so maybe a paid for IQ test would be higher. When I did an IQ test, I was like, my IQ is not that high. It's not that high. There is no way that my IQ is that high. I do not trust this whatsoever. So what happened? I did it again. And I got higher, which to me proves, and they were different questions. It wasn't me just like learning the questions. It was that I was now in the zone of pattern recognition, I suppose. And I was able to better myself. So if I were to do it again, my IQ might even be higher. And so they are capped. It's whatever. So I don't know how to measure my real IQ, but the free tests online, I do not trust whatsoever. But my academic background, I barely passed high school because I did homeschool. So my highest level of education is high school. What do you guys call them? Diploma. Dimebag was playing on stage with him and his brothers called Damage Plan. A crazed Navy SEAL killed him. Oh my god, that is very sad. Chan, I missed what was going on with the timeouts, but you're here now, so don't worry about the timeouts. I would say just you clearly didn't do anything to warrant a ban, so don't stress about it. You're here. You are all good. You're all good. Yes, C Mama is the IQ princess. Exactly right. And people are smart in different areas. People who are highly knowledgeable and intelligent might lack emotional intelligence as well, and all that kind of stuff. I would say, for example, my ex, he was not known for his academics. Like he was like an average student, basically. But he very early was like, I don't enjoy academics. I think that if he chose academics, he would have been fine, admittedly. He wasn't a dumbass. But he, in high school, branched off into like a trade. I don't know what they call it in the state of Victoria in Australia. But he branched off into doing more trade aspects even in high school. Maybe if you guys are from Melbourne, you'll know what I'm talking about. And then so as soon as he finished school, he was like, fuck academics, I don't want to do anything. I think he got I have to remember, he got a diploma in something to do with coding, or I can't remember. But point being that his intuition and his emotional intelligence and also his skill in like survival aspects was very high. So I kind of look at this like if you know a Dungeons and Dragons sheet. So I'm going to bring this up. We're slowly trying to get to the Reacts D&D character sheet. This will not fly for a lot of people who don't understand the character sheet, but I will try and do... Okay, well, that was a bad photo to get. But basically, they have stats that are strength, dexterity, intelligence, wisdom, charisma, and constitution. But alongside these stats, they also have abilities. So that might be acrobatics or perception. And I would say that my ex would have been lower in the intelligence, but their wisdom was very high. And so they were great at survival and like knowing the land. If I were to ever end up in an apocalypse situation, I would desperately try and get them as my leader, because I know that they will be able to find clean water and food. Like, they're that kind of person. They have a lot of intelligence in that those fields. That is something that I don't have. Whereas I know a lot of random facts. I think that my memory is okay. I would say my memory's above average, I guess. And so that's why I'm able to come across a little bit more smart than I feel that I am, because I remember facts, but I also forget them. Even I forget whole conversations we have, apparently. But I did not study in university. I would like to go to university. I just never went because I didn't know what I wanted to study. And so I do pride myself on and I also am grateful to my parents for not pushing me into academia. Both of them are doctors, and so it would have been very easy for them to push me into a similar path. But they were very supportive of me just trying to find what I want to do rather than what I should do, I suppose. And I do enjoy studying. I do enjoy learning, I think is a good way of putting it. So university has always been something after high school that I've been interested in, but I am very glad I didn't go because I didn't want to go and do something that I wasn't interested in. Whereas these days, I think that having a little bit more time and understanding of the things that I like and enjoy, I think I would enjoy a degree or university or even just a short course much more, because it will be a conscious decision that I made rather than something that I was expected to do or pushed into doing. And so it is something that I'm curious about, but like I said, I still don't know what it is I want to study. I have interest in philosophy, psychology, etymology. IT is always good, of course. At one point I was thinking architecture, engineering, maths even, because I used to love maths at school. I wouldn't do maths these days, but in school I used to love it. I wanted to look at animation, writing. This is why I didn't go to uni, because I was like, I don't know what I want to study. At the moment, I have been really enjoying history, and I'd love to look at mythology and ancient history. And then I had a few things that made me curious about law. But I don't think I would go into medicine. I'm not cut out for medicine because I literally faint when it comes to these things. So I unfortunately will not be following the footsteps of my parents in that regard. At the bitterness of my grandmother. My grandmother was like, well, you're going to be a doctor just like your parents, aren't you? No, Grandma. No, I'm not. Sorry to disappoint. But yes, I would say I'm very analytical. I think about things a lot. School is a scam anyway. So look, there's a lot of flaws with the education system, I'll tell you what. Veritasiism did a very good explanation on the IQ test. Well worth a watch. You can check it in the Discord, please, Schmidt, because that sounds awesome. Hi, hello. All tests are cap, for sure. Okay, I've always been fascinated by the trains, and ever since I discovered the trains to France exist, yes, the Eurostar is fascinating. I would like to go on it at some point as well. We were talking about traintism, as in, because there are a lot of people who are autistic or have autistic traits. Hi, Meerkats, good to see you! Oh my gosh! Hello! I need to finish this thought, but Meerkats, please listen in after I finish this sentence. So the trains, we were talking about how people have hyperfixations, and there are a lot of people who seem to have trains as their hyperfixation. I'm not one of those people, but I totally get it. Trains are so cool. Trains are so freaking cool, especially steam engines, but I don't know anything about them. I couldn't tell you what any of the words for the trains are, but I get why people have the traintisms. Meerkats, a little interjection that I must address. So I have a cutting of your plant, as in Timon. Timon exists even though I have flown halfway across the world. So I don't have them up here in this room, but I haven't had a chance to let you know. So when I was moving from Melbourne, I decided that there were two plants that I could take cuttings of, and I made sure to take one of Timon. And they're still growing roots. They're propagating. So I'm hoping that I can plant them soon. But I thought I'd just give you that FYI. Good morning, hello. Okay. Yes, I am 29. I am 30 in a few months. There's a theory for the shape of the universe. Really? That doesn't surprise me. But I wouldn't know what shape that would look like. Can I have the wall behind you? Yes, if you come over, you can have the wall behind me, Protector. I'm so smart that I broke my own IQ. That's the one. Sorry, Access Time. I only just saw that. I was on rant mode. Rantin' time. IQ tests are bullshit. It's speed related. Yes, exactly. Being 45 minutes was the test that mine was. My perfectionism makes me really need to think about it to make sure I give the correct answer. Once did a math part in testing site. I was the only one that got every answer that I answered correct, but I also had the lowest score because I only did 80 out of 150 questions. Yes, I also agree that the speed is not only a detriment to test takers, but it should not be indicative of your intelligence. Some people just go at different paces, you know? Ron, I'm sorry to hear that. I'm super smart, but honestly, I don't really have any emotions, so it makes sense. You can look into alexithymia if you're curious, Brian. It is, I don't know, you might not remember this, but alexithymia. I'll write it here, and then we can try and do reacts. It's 2 hours. We'll wait for the next ad break, and then we'll do reacts. The one proper IQ test I've done, which I did sort of study for, I got 2 points higher than any of the internet IQ tests I've done without studying. Oh, okay, all right. No, it wasn't a trade school or apprenticeship. It was like specifically through the high school. Coming back to the conversation about my ex. I'm dyslexic, but I'm not so dumb that I try to water fake plants at least. Passing a test after preparing isn't cheating, it's competence. If studying invalidates results, then every driver who looked at the manual before the DMV shouldn't be on the road. Okay, you do have a good point. Preparation doesn't fake ability. It proves that you took it seriously enough to learn it. That's actually really sweet. Christopher, well, in that case, I have an 140 IQ. I didn't want to brag. I didn't want to put it out there. But if we're going to use Christopher's words, you heard it here, folks. I have a 142 IQ. There is no way that I have that IQ. No, sorry. I do not agree with this whatsoever. But that is what I got, and but that was on the second time. This is the first time I got 135, so I'll let you guys decide on that. My siblings, my brother is into teaching, and that was kind of his degree to narrow it down. And my sister, she doesn't have a full medical degree, but she went into dentistry. She's not a dentist. She's more like a hygienist. So she's kind of this weird in between of a hygienist and a dentist. But she went into that much later. So she didn't go into it as an 18-year-old. That's something more recently she did. I have a photographic memory. Hell yeah. You'd think that's awesome until you remember all the shit you don't want to remember. That is sad. Gonna buy a car soon. Enjoy. That sounds awesome. I really want to explore Europe by train, but which one would I really do? Is it possible to do both? I think that if you're wanting to do a whole bunch of Europe, a car is the way to go because you can go to more remote areas. The beautiful thing about Europe is so much of it is connected by trains. However, if you're wanting to see more villages, tinier countryside areas, then there'll be buses. And if you like hiking and want to get into those remote locations, then a car is definitely the way to go. I don't currently have a part-time job in answer to your question, nutrition, but I earn money through Twitch live streaming at this stage. Etymology would be so fun. University is a lifelong debt. Well, not if you're in the EU. So I was trying to think if I should try when I get my European passport through my dad, who's German, that maybe I can go to university in an EU country where it won't be so expensive. I was doing an IT course in uni, but I flunked too many classes. Oops. Paleontology. I also understand the tisms for paleontologists. You're emotionally intelligent? Thank you. But I do stink, so I have to learn how to wash myself properly. Cadbury chocolate is very good. I do like Cadbury chocolate, but I don't think it's the best chocolate. Good morning, Nick. Hello. I'm trained to stick. I wasn't going to mention
doing
it.
my part.
We've got a lot of the tisms in here. You're welcome. Hello from New Zealand. Kia ora, James. I hope you're doing well. You'll be a dentist. Be a dentist. I need to make a gin brand. Ooh, I like it. I like it. Steam and gin to some alpha males. I like it. Kind of interested in rivers. That's cool. I only recently learnt that a meander is a bend in a river, if that helps with your river knowledge at all. Currently graduating from uni with a bachelor's in graphic and web design and doing a master's next. Have fun, Georgie. Very cool. Very, very cool indeed. I think, where are we? We're so close to an ad break, so I think we will continue until the ads on Twitch, and then we'll do React. So I'm just basically catching up here. Drop the IQ test fit in videos. Thank you. Prophet Muhammad never separate religion and politics. I did not know that. There we go. Do you believe in extraterrestrial intelligence? I believe that there is too large our universe is too large for there not to be other intelligent life out there. So aliens, for example. I do believe that aliens exist. Do I believe that they have come to Earth? No, I don't believe they've come to Earth. I do believe that there are others out there, extraterrestrial life, but I don't believe they've come to Earth. What's your opinion on female targeted cartoons like Totally Spies, Lily Rockstar versus the Forces of Evil? I don't know the last two, but I loved Totally Spies as a kid. The other thing is that I watched a whole bunch of Barbie movies, so I love animated female protagonists. It's great. I should watch Sailor Moon. Okay, this is a segue that I must hijack the chat for. Does anyone know Sakura cloud capture? Catch me, cloud capture. Like, anyone? Because I saw Sailor Moon on my Instagram, and I was like, oh, like however this one was made, I was like, this one reminds me of Sakura. I can't even say it. I'm too excited. I can't say Sakura. Oh my gosh, that was my absolute favorite show growing up, and I completely forgot about it. It's a little anime girl, and she has her little lion, I guess, and they just try to trap the monsters that have escaped out of the cards, and she puts them back in the cards, and the aesthetic was so femme and so beautiful, and I was like, I wonder if anyone has heard about this. Catch me, cloud captures. That is what we're going to react to first today. I'm going to show you what my favorite show was, all right? I'm going to line it up. It is so cute. I loved it. And so, yes, I am all for the feminine protagonist in animated series. I loved it. I still love it. I love it. I loved it. I don't know if Sakura... why am I really... I think it's because I keep on trying to say Sekiro, which is very, very different. I loved it. It was so good. And the thing is, it was probably terrible, but that is what we got, and it was awesome. I will have to bring that up. Okay. Are you Nordic? Not quite. I am a New Zealander who lives now in... Yeah, I have a posh Kiwi accent. That's what it is. I like this. I've got a posh Kiwi accent. I only got 121. Well, get wrecked. I'm better than you. 121 is very impressive. I was hoping that I would get like about... I think that I was hoping that I'd get about 110 is what I was aiming for. And then when it was high, I was like... Stupid. Waitrose made an ad. I'm not familiar with Waitrose, sorry, saying that British turkey is better than New Zealand turkey. I don't know. I don't even know what Waitrose is, so clearly they're not that good at making turkey. The rough Kiwi accent is hoary, yeah, exactly. My sister is a prosthodontist. Oh my God, Ron, you know. She is an oral therapist is what it's called, I believe. I'll have to ask her because she's done a few more qualifications, so I don't know if that is still her official title. But it's at one point it was called an oral therapist, and for obvious reasons that made me giggle. I can speak in MLA and normal English. I'm not posh though, where people did fawn over my accent in Nigeria. They would. Let me look up MLE though. I'm not familiar with this. YouTube. How long have you been a supermodel? About zero days is last I checked. What is $100,000 to you, girl? A number? I guess non-existent. $100,000 to me is non-existent. I don't have $100,000. I can be very upfront about that. Care more about a real word than the prospect of expecting possible life somewhere else. I missed what that was about, but nonetheless. The real word, I don't know what the real word was in reference to. My dad just got caught driving 43 kilometers an hour on a school zone yesterday. Only 3 kilometers over, poor thing. Nonetheless, thank you for the subscriptions. So remember when you're feeling very small and insecure, how amazingly unlikely is your birth, and pray that there's intelligent life somewhere up in space because there's a bugger all down here on Earth. Exactly. Those Barbie movies were amazing. Yes, they were pretty terrible, but I love them. I love them. They taught me that I can be anything, just like Barbie. What if we have enough unintelligent life here that the rest of the universe has no intelligent life to balance us out? That might be also it as well. Okie dokie. I think we are good. Yes, like the cherry blossom, see, mama. That's why it's embarrassing that I keep on screwing up Sakura. There we go. I have to watch Sailor Moon at some point. I'm manic depressive and always on manic, but you kick my butt. Thank you. I like to be the best, you know. I just try to be the best that I can. Cardcaptor was fire! Someone knows! Yay! My sister's joke theory on aliens. They're what we are like and are just keeping it. Yes, they know what we're like and keeping as far away from us as possible. Also agree with this. I was forced to watch Barbie Dreamhouse Adventures. Oh, the video game. I haven't played it yet. I was thinking of playing it for my birthday. Just mid. Maybe I'll give it a go. She told a friend who protected her all the time. Yes, was the one she needs to marry. Turns out it's a lion because he wasn't angelic enough. I don't remember any of that from Cloud Captors. Angel and English. English is close to the language of angels. I said close. I am not convinced on this one. Okay, I am catching. If you're curious about exploring the thought of life developing elsewhere in the universe, you should look into the Fermi paradox. Essentially, it elaborates that it's not about if, but about the chance of it evolving at the same time throughout the universe. Wow. Okay. So my sister is more like a dentist than an ENT doctor. So she cleans teeth and she can do fillings, but she can't do all of the procedures that a dentist can. So she doesn't have that full, I think, do dentists have doctorates in New Zealand? I think it's a doctorate to be a dentist. So she doesn't have the full qualifications and she's not interested in getting the full qualifications. So she can't do a lot of the I don't think she can do crowns or pulling teeth out. I don't think she's allowed to pull out teeth. But she does a lot of cleaning more so than anything. So that's why it's like a step above a hygienist, because she can do some of the things that a dentist can do, but not all of the things. That's where she is. Do you have boyfriends? I don't have multiple boyfriends, no. But I do have a lot of husbands, fiancés. I do have a lot of fiancés. I don't currently have multiple boyfriends and I don't currently have multiple husbands, but I have been asked to be married a lot of times. So I do have a lot of fiancés. Hi, Sean. I hope you enjoyed your nap. We haven't even done Wreact Wednesday, so you're all right. I'm basically just waiting for the Twitch ad to run. Why are you so HD? Because I have a very fancy camera is why. There's one I like called Chicory. Chicory is cute. A colorful tail. It features a small mouse named Pizza. And you can color the whole game like a coloring book. That sounds adorable. I never got to finish it though. My Xbox broke and I don't have it anymore. Can your sister get me a grill? I think she actually can do some of those cosmetics. Like I know that you're saying that as a bit of a joke, but I actually think that with her qualification, that she is qualified to do the cosmetic aesthetics. Yeah, no, she does. She was telling me about it. There are people who get like the little gems. Not she hasn't done a full grill, but people have been getting these like aesthetic things. So she can do that technically. Thanks, Killer Grant. Yes, go enjoy your dinner. Much appreciated. Hi, Toby. Didn't know kiwis come in ginger too. They do. They do indeed. Even Bob Mortimer does his own fillings. It's all about that Fuji 5. I don't know what that is. I don't know what clonazepam is as well. And I don't know who Simon Minter is. Oh, the ads have run? Well, in that case... welcome to Wreact Wednesday! If you have not been here before on a Wreact Wednesday, well, let me tell you how it works. It's pretty obvious. We react to videos, and these videos in particular have been submitted by the community. And like I said 2 hours ago when I thought we were going to get into it, the plot twist, or the twist of how we do it, is that it's 6 months late. These videos were submitted 6 months ago, and they might be accidentally very festive. They will also be on topic of things that we talked about 6 months ago, so we might not understand the reference. It's very raw and sometimes very boring and sometimes very cringe. So that is the premise of Wreact Wednesday. Welcome, everyone. The first thing we are going to react to, because otherwise I'm going to stay, I'm not going to be on topic, is Catch Me, Cloud Captors, Cloud Captors. Do we have opening, maybe? Let's do the opening. Wait, was I saying cloud? Card captors. If I've been saying cloud this whole time, I meant to say card. All right, so I'm gonna check on my headphones. Whoopsies! It's Sakura. Well, maybe you guys didn't know Sakura cloud captures, but maybe you know Sakura Cardcaptor. Let me show you this. Even in 1080 HP. Let's get it done. Okay, all right. Let me have a look. Hopefully this works. Wow! Wow! Well, this is awkward that there's no audio. Let's try that again. Okay, all right, let's try that again. We were just checking. We're just making sure you guys are listening. Yeah, cloud card, tomato, exactly. Thank you for the compliment as well, Lou. I'm glad that you will hopefully learn some English, nobody. Cool. Thank you. I don't know Getaway either. Swing and a miss, but I at least know why that wasn't working, so... Okay, let's do round 2 of Catch Me, Card Captors!
Today on Cardcaptor.
The one that I am used to. I wanted to know the catch me card captors, but nonetheless, that was very fun. So that is a little throwback from the past, you know. I always thought anime was boring as a kid, whether boy or girl. It was always so detailed and 22 minutes long. I liked anime. I thought it was fun. This one is Cardcaptor Sakura explained in 8 minutes. I fear that I simply must watch that in the future. So that is something that I will save. You know what? I'll save it not for
Welcome
today.
back to my channel.
Welcome back. Thank you. I'm going to save that for the future. I'll put it, I don't know. Where will I put it? Put it in Reacts. That's probably a good place to put it. Anyway, that is card captures, but not the opening that I was used to. It's more like Pokemon meets Yu-Gi-Oh, I guess. But I really liked the aesthetic. It was so cute. Look at Sakura here. Hold on. And her little friend. Aren't they cute? Aren't they cute? I liked it, all right. There we go. Now I feel a little bit closer to the desk. I think I saw the cloud. Well, the fact that it said cloud, that they were part of the cloud, makes me not feel so bad about saying cloud captures, because clearly it was the cloud. The card captures are a part of the cloud, not to be confused with cloud captures. Anyhow. So this would have originally been in Japanese. I bet it went even harder. I am like the female Asmongold, except far fewer views. Dark Magician Girl confusion. Yeah, there was a lot of that. Okay, first of all, let me just tick off these tabs. So we have discussed egalitarian. This was Monkey Sphere. So Monkey Sphere, this might not be referenced to anyone who's coming now, but it's a concept referring to the maximum number of people, roughly 150. Hey, Dunbar! So Monkey Sphere is Dunbar, one and the same. There we go. Okay, so now we know that they are one and the same. Excellent. So we can cross that off. This is 500, the card game that we were talking about. I wanted to see... so yes, very similar to Bridge. Here we go. Other countries, Australia, New Zealand, Canada, and Shetland. 500 is the national card game of Australia? Well, we all know that's a lie. We have a few, we have a few Australians in the community. I feel like only one of them chimed in when they talked about the card game 500. Dark Magician Girl gave me no confusion. If anything, she solidified hormone activations. For me, it was My Valentine. I will tell you that much. Okay, we don't need to worry about the D&D sheet. And then this is alexithymia, if I could spell it, if you guys wanted to learn more about it. Alexithymia, or emotional blindness, is a personality trait characterized by significant difficulty identifying, processing, and expressing emotions. So if you think you struggle with emotions, you can look into alexithymia. A lot of people with well, I shouldn't say a lot of people, but a lot of people are recognizing that those with certain types of autism might also have alexithymia. Cool. That is that. And now I have to go and get my reacts because I forgot to get them from my Google Sheets. That's right. I have changed the system. I've changed the system. So hopefully it'll be slightly easier than it was a few months ago. Jesse from Doom Rocket, you reckon? There's such a thing as a national card game? Well... apparently, but I doubt that it is one that goes towards Australia. First the Pavlova, now 500, right? I met My Valentine! Oh my gosh! She's also Officer Jenny and Nurse Joy. Well, no wonder. No wonder I was such a fan. Okay, reacts! Here we go. This is what I wanted. Okay, so this is my attempt at a new system. I'll show you what it looks like. Basically, we had so many submissions that I didn't know how to keep track of all of them, and it was annoying to click on them in the Discord, so I just put them all in a doc. I put them all here. That's the new system. I think it'll work. And see, look, I even put what date it was. I put who it was, so you can't escape that. But now I can just go tick. Oh, that didn't work. If I open this, will it open in a second tab, or will it be annoying? And oh, it does open in a second tab. That's wonderful news. I'm so pleased. Okay, so that's how this works. Can I make this dark reader? So then, yes, all right. I might leave this entirely open in that case, because then it'll be then we can just follow along together. Call me a hoppies, right? And use your duster on me. Hoo-wee. Yes, so tomorrow will be the last day to post them, and then I'm going to pause the Reacts Ninja until for a while so that we can catch up. Yes, I'm a train. how are kids channels like in New Zealand here? If you didn't have CN, Nick, or Disney, you'd so I don't know about all those other ones, but I won't bother saying them out loud. So basically, New Zealand has free to air TV, and so I grew up on Avatar: The Last Airbender at 4:00 or whenever it was. Basically, I remember getting home as quick as possible to watch the new episode of Avatar: The Last Airbender. So good. And I actually genuinely remember the finale coming out. Me and my friend, who also was obsessed with it, we like rushed home just to finish it. And we had just started high school, I believe. So good. Oh my God. But a lot of the cartoons were on pay to watch. So Cartoon Network, Nickelodeon, Disney Channel. I did not have these, but I would watch it when at my grandparents' house. And so that's where we'd get access to like Ben 10, I guess, and Kim Possible. But at my house, it was just whatever was free to air. So we had New Zealand shows like What Now on a Saturday morning. But otherwise, animation, Dragon Ball Z was free to air, but I was a little bit young for that. My brother used to watch it though, my older brother. What else did we get free? I think the occasional Pokemon. Pokemon I usually got from the video rental store. And yes, I do mean video VHS. What else was there? I don't know. I just remember watching a lot of Avatar. Oh, and SpongeBob SquarePants. SpongeBob SquarePants was also free. That was another one. Cool. I think that is fine. 10-minute continuous play allowed per content item without copyright infringement. Oh, this is for what you're allowed to watch on YouTube, is it? That's actually probably good to know. I didn't even know how to play poker or solitaire or cards, only Snap. I did learn Mahjong! Nice! When I was born in Nigeria with no internet and with only that pre-installed on my laptop. Hilarious. I love it. Give the doc permission? No. I will not. I simply will not. Yes, I figured that you meant bored rather than born. But yes, it should work with YouTube okay. I think that we might not be able to do music reacts though. But I can just mute them afterwards. Kim Possible was a first crush, I get it. But Shigo, she can get it, you know. Felt so badly every time I shared React and saw that nobody broke up my shares. Like, no, you're so fine. It's so fine. Thank you for the reminder of thirsting. I was only allowed to watch telly between getting home and school and my dad getting home from work. I feel like that was similar for me. We watched it and then my friend would go home. We watched Avatar and then my friend would go home and then then I would do homework or I wouldn't. And then dinner time. Oh, Yu-Gi-Oh! Thank you. That's another one that was free. I watched a lot of Yu-Gi-Oh! Thank you for the reminder there. Saturday morning cartoons were a staple. We didn't have... Well, I didn't watch Saturday morning cartoons. I watched What Now, which was kind of like what? How would you explain What Now? We're already getting off track. What Now New Zealand? Is it still running today? What Now? It is a children's television program. So they would have a whole bunch of different things like skits and things like this. It had segments such as Turtletown, Fancy Feeds, and Gaming with Grandpa. That's cute. It had no adverts due to the Broadcasting Act of 1989, which states that no commercial advertising can be shown on New Zealand television between 6 a.m. and noon on Sundays. That's cute. But that's a Sunday, not Saturday. Anyhow, that's what I used to watch on a Saturday. Ever not streaming? I'm not streaming tomorrow. And Squirt TV, that's the other one. Yes, exactly right. And oh yes, now you guys are actually reminding me what I used to watch. I didn't watch animated necessarily. What was the other one? there was this kids program, another live action that was after school, and they had this one like detective skit that they used to do, and there was Wanda, if that rings a bell at all, and of course Susie Cato, whom we mentioned the other day. Oh, that's gonna annoy me. Is that wasn't Squirt TV, was it? Squirt TV. And there was one of the hosts was a decathlon athlete. That's the one I'm thinking of. No, it's not Squirt. Was it on channel 2 or 3? I cannot remember. I think it was channel 2. Squirt had what was up with us and penguins? We have Bluebird and Squirt. Anyhow, another girls' cartoon I liked as a kid was Miraculous. Oh, I don't know that one. Didn't watch it for a few years. Now the story's too hard to follow. Alfie, I did not watch. Oh, where did we go? Too many cooks, too many cooks. No, thank you. Not that again. Not that again. Kids Bop. Kids Bop, I don't think is ringing a bell. No, definitely not Kids Bop. Been rewatching Yu-Gi-Oh! Built a fairly good deck that combines Dark Magician and Blue Eyes. It's a little nostalgia deck. That's adorable. I like it. Oh my god, your kids went to what now? I always wanted to do the Ninja Warrior. I can't remember what they called it, but they had the obstacle course, I suppose. I wanted to do that. I don't know Agro's Cartoon Connection, no. It was a lot of fun. Siobhan Kitty, hell yeah. If you want to understand Australian sense of humour, just watch Agro Explains Everything. I don't know if I want to. You just reminded me of what I used to watch. Eep, oop, oop. You're perfect for being wife. Thanks. Yeah, it was after school, exactly. All right. Well, that'll be something that we rabbit hole on another time. We have already gotten off topic. Also, welcome to Wreact Wednesday. This is how it works. We get off topic after we haven't even watched the first video. Welcome to the authentic experience. I never watched Power Rangers, admittedly. That was just, I think I was just a little bit too young for Power Rangers series, which is hilarious because I think it was filmed, some of it in New Zealand, right? But my older siblings and my cousins didn't watch it either. Anyhow, we gotta at least get one react out of the way. We're so far behind, so we gotta at least do one, okay? Okay? Ready? Ready? So, Smooth Poos, what makes you think okay, we're not ready because we have to ask, what makes you think this is AI? Are you just doing that because you want to get like your little 5 minutes in the sun? Because here you are, here's your spotlight. Are you saying that because you think I'll be offended? Are you saying that because you think other people are not able to, recognize that AI's gotten this good? Are you, you let us know. Let us know. Oh, did Joe Rogan die again? Oh, R.I.P. R.I.P. Scrambled? No, I don't know Scrambled. It's basically a show during the TV shows in the morning on weekends, just adults playing around with those introduction to some Steph Linden. No, I don't know this one. She's not AI. Well, you wouldn't know that, Omotor, but Ninja I have met in person. And they are corroborating my story that I am not AI. The Aaron Simpson Show. No, I don't know this one. There's also High Five from Australia. That one was great. Everyone thinking React because it's Wednesday. Isn't it doubling up with Wednesday? React Wednesday? No, it's we react on Wednesday. And we're pink, of course. Do you think Interstellar Dad Cooper going to be proud of you and your achievements? I have never watched Interstellar, if you are referencing the movie and the dad from it. Is that Matthew McConaughey? I don't know. What if they're both AI? You're not real. You look too real. Look at the back. See, that's the thing is a lot of people here, you can look at the background more. What do you want? Fake bricks. My poor bricks. My bricks get so much hate. The bricks get so much hate. I feel so bad for them. Don't diss shoddy show, what's it called? Workmanship. Just because they're bad doesn't mean they're fake. No, but seriously, Smooth Poos, I understand that you're probably looking for things that AI, but do you, like, I just give me the opportunity as an AI bot to learn. Are you saying this because you are trying to get a rise, or do you actually think it's AI? Because if you actually think it's AI, you really genuinely need to work on your AI recognition. because I'm not trying to be facetious. I'm not trying to be like calling you out. I'm concerned. If you actually think it's not real, I have a lot of concern, and I just want to help you help better your situation, you know? Clem comes up normal, but yeah, that's exactly right. If you capitalize it, then you use my proper name. Thank you very much. Are you a real brick? Well, people do say it's like talking to a brick wall, especially on Wreact Wednesday. Any memories of Pat Sharp on Funhouse? That doesn't ring a bell. And so this is the thing is, if I were AI, I'd be like, oh yes, Pat Sharp from Funhouse. One moment, hold on. Pat Sharp from Funhouse, the radio presenter, known professionally as Pat Sharp. They were a television and DJ-ist as well. He worked on children's ITV program Funhouse and was one of the Sky Channel's I don't know what these words are saying. What a great guy. I loved his iconic hairstyle. I don't know what nappy means. Sorry, Michael. I'm suspicious now. Is she AI? Damn, caught out again. Sticky TV! Sticky TV! Oh my god, see, we stuck it out long enough. Yes! Sticky TV! That's the one! I used to watch so much Sticky TV. Oh, and one of the guys ended up becoming a news presenter, I believe. Oh, that's so cute. And there's Drew. I always thought he was so handsome. These are the team from Sticky TV, but then they just kept on growing, and then they had another branch off as well. Sticky TV. This is what I used to watch. Not to be confused with whatever this one was. Oh. What a little throwback. A blast from the past. So cute. I was going to say, I'm pretty sure her name was Julia, but I wasn't 100% sure, but I can see now that this is indeed Julia. Oh, so cute. Yes, Drew. That's right. The talent show. That's a vague memory. But anyhow, what are you talking about? We're talking about old TV shows that aired in New Zealand specifically. Hold on, we gotta read this capitalization. What's the point of the stream? That's why it's AI. You people just pop out of nowhere and make this world feel more like simulation. So what the fuck is the stream? We're getting dumber. So wait, hold on. So you think that someone has gone out of their way to make a prompt for someone to just randomly respond to messages? Like, what do you think the prompt was? Let me put it this way. Instead of saying what's the point, why don't you consider a few extra things of what is the point of someone creating this aesthetic specifically? I'm not going to disagree with you that it makes no logical sense, but not everything needs to make logical sense. In fact, the fact that you are making everything so capitalized shows in itself that you are doing emotional sensory overload rather than a logical sense, no? And it's okay. But I'm chill. You can be chill too. I'm not, like I said, I'm not trying to be facetious. I'm not trying to be mean. I'm just wanting you to feel like you have more control over your emotions. Like, and I guess that's actually a good point as well, is are you trying to educate other people that this is or is not AI? Like, what is your mission right now? What are you trying to achieve by calling out this being AI? Like, let us know while you have the opportunity, while you are clearly trying to have your moment of heroism. We are giving you that opportunity. Dutch? No, but I am part German, if that is what you're picking up on. Hello, hi, hello. Fox Kids? I don't know what Fox Kids is anyway. My traintism actually got me watching Power Rangers, really? Hell yeah, Wador. Also, if I say your name incorrectly, it's not going to change. Sorry. You think I have comedic timing? Thank you, Boba. What would you do if when you okay, so he said yes would go? Yes. I feel like AI would try to explain a cipher like that. Josh, stop calling me out, okay? We're trying to learn here. We're trying to learn so that we can be more authentic AI in the future. After seeing those pics, I want to know the behind-the-scenes story of that show. I like to think that they all smooched. That's what I like to think. But I can't remember who it was. There was someone who came on who ended up being a decathlon athlete in the Olympics. But it would have been like 2004 or something. He was very handsome too. Later stopped again. This was for the train season. I realized how mid it was. I wonder why I didn't become a fan of Ninjago. Because trains were in an episode. Ironically, Gen Z is pretty nostalgic. That's cute. I didn't know this. I don't know Ninjago myself. More like Skynet than AI. Thank you for dropping some respect on my technology. Thank you very much. Thank you. Oh my god, Aaron Simpson was on Sticky TV. Let me look up Aaron Simpson. I think if you're saying they're on Sticky TV. Yes, I was like, I think I know what they look like then. There we go. Yes, this one was Aaron Simpson on... Oh wait, this one was Aaron Simpson. I thought that her name was Julia. Another presenter must have been Julia then. Okay, we're all caught up there. Did you know me? You and me with Susie Cato will be rebooted. Yes, we talked about it in the Discord. We're so excited. So excited. The Kiwi that's flawed by ChatGPT hates me. I've got a trauma and triggers my own point. Oh, here we go. I'm real and I speak the absolute obvious truths and make no money yet. You random, no sense nonsense stalkers get a good life for no fucking reason. Sorry, what assumption do you have that I am having a good life? Because is that not an assumption? So do you think that this is a genuine question? Do you think that I'm making a lot of money? Is that what the issue is? Because I can see that it can piss you off, but that is actually why I wanted to bring attention to this. You are clearly coming from a very emotional place, which is overriding the thing that you are so mad about of logical sense. Like this is showing that you are coming from an emotional place, right? And so yes. So you think I'm making a lot of money. I can tell you that I have not made a single cent on YouTube. I am not monetized on YouTube. So now that we have that misconception out of the way, I'm not monetized on YouTube. I literally cannot make money on YouTube right now. I have only just started multi-streaming on YouTube. So now, if we take away that, like you say, AI or not, it doesn't cap. You can literally look at the statistics. You can look at the statistics. To be monetized on YouTube, you have to have 500 subscribers, which we only hit like last week, to be able to get memberships, and 3,000 watch hours. We're on about 700 watch hours. To get advertisements, you have to have 1,000 subscribers, and that you can just see plain as day that I do not have. So that is something you should challenge with yourself. And this is what I mean. I'm not trying to do this from any place of like trying to be difficult. I just want you to recognize that you are in your power to not be emotional about this. And if you're concerned about logical sense while simultaneously not looking at the logic, then that shows that it is coming from this emotional place. No? And now you are and now you are attacking someone who said, "Why are you here exactly?" that has nothing to do with being a simp. And so again, it's showing this emotional outburst. And so you know by now that this is not AI. I know that you know that this is not AI. If you have concerns about people making money as content creators and you think that's not fair, have you considered being a content creator yourself? Like, or is that something that is beneath you? Is that what the issue is there? Exactly, Drake God. That's why I was like, why did they pull you specifically? Why am I here though? If we want to answer that question, I just have fun. The thing that I love about the internet is how randomly it can connect us to so many different people. We have built such a beautiful community because I started live streaming, and I love live streaming. I love talking to other people. I love trying to see through the perspective of another person to my own detriment, as a flaw. I know that some of you guys are like, even Q-Man said, Clem's playing with her food again. I don't intend to be playing with my food. It's just genuinely, I like to hear from other people, whether or not that is with opinions that are similar or completely different to my own. I like to try and understand people, and I like to see through others' lenses, and I want to know what their thinking is. And so when I have that opportunity, that's why I ask questions as well. That is what I like to do. And similar to what we said before, there's no point to it other than just pure enjoyment. Content creation and YouTube is purely an entertainment industry. Sometimes you can, through this, have like independent researchers and journalists who are sharing their expertise. But why are you now watching someone's expertise? For entertainment. If you enjoy watching someone deep dive into the nuances of whatever it is that you of the topic that you're interested in, that is for entertainment. People experience entertainment in so many different ways, and for me, my entertainment comes from just talking, chatting, being social. Humans, I do believe, are social people, and I think the internet is a beautiful thing for that reason, of allowing us to connect, find like-minded individuals, and have those conversations. It does mean that sometimes we get connected with people that are different, but I think that can be nice too. What else did I want to have on that point? I do think, however, that I can agree with a lot of people who are like, how are you making money off or something? I find this unfair. But at the same time, I would challenge people who have that, well, this is so stupid that some random person on the internet can make money doing what they're doing. First of all, a lot of us aren't making money. I can tell you that very, very upfront. And so it is a tiny percentage that are making a whole bunch of money. But I guess the question goes back to you, is why don't you give it a go? Is that something you're not interested in? Or do you see it as something that is not respectable? And in that case, if you think it is not respectable, why are you watching this? Why are you going out of your way to now comment and spend your time and energy and effort to comment on some random person's video, live stream, photo? That to me shows that they want to engage in the exact same reason why people are creating content. They want to be a part of it. You have given it a go 10,000 times. So hold on, let's just do the math there. Calculator. 10,000 times divided by, let's say, 365. Oops, what has it done here? 10,000 divided by 365. How old are you, Smooth? So basically, you know what? Let's give them benefit of the doubt. So you're telling me that you have tried content creation twice a day for 13 and a half years. Is that what you're telling me? Twice a day for 13 and a half years. Smooth. No. You don't have to now act out and attack other people. But nonetheless, I think most people come here for some form of validation. I agree. No matter how much we deny it, we're all looking for some form of connection. I completely agree. Anyhow, we're going to leave it there because I know that not everyone wants to engage in this. But Smooth Poof, you are going to get timed out because you have taken away a lot of our attention of what we wanted to do. But I want to give you just that opportunity to recognize that not everything has to be, you don't have to harbor that anger. You really don't. And that's why we're not banning you. If you'd like to come back and just engage in the conversation, listen. If you want to, that's what we do over here. We connect, we talk, we try and understand the same way we have been trying to understand you. That is part of it. That is why I am live right now, to give people an opportunity to say their piece the same way you now have said your piece. I think that's something that I do really, really enjoy of the content that I do right now, is I like to read people's messages and try to give them that opportunity to say something. And the same way we gave you that opportunity. However, that time has now expended. So we are going to give you a timeout, just so that you can sit with that. I highly recommend putting your phone down, even just for 5 minutes, and just digesting. That's just a little suggestion. But thank you for your comments. Thank you for showing us that there is no logic in someone accusing this of being AI. Hi everyone, hello! I love seeing trans women being happy and making lives on YouTube. I also love seeing trans women being happy and making lives on YouTube. So thank you, Lucas, for sharing your joy with us. Exchange thought as a community, yes, rather than judge one another. Blonde blazer. I'm not familiar with this term, sorry. I used to play Cartoon Network ones. Nice. Teletext was pretty dope, to be fair. Yeah, Smooth is gonna go sit in the naughty corner for a little bit. Gonna call the police? Oh no, I hope you're okay. First YouTube was in 2005. 10,000 is 27 years. So that's why I said let's give them the benefit of the doubt. Let's cut it in half and say that they did 2 forms of content creation per day. So that's why I gave them 13.5 years rather than 27. But I recognize that is more me being literal rather than people going, I've tried it 1,000,000 times. But that's the thing. We can almost guarantee that they were lying and they had not posted a single thing. And so to be mad about something that one hasn't even tried, we already gotta discount that, don't we? You're Dean Aggles? Oh my god! Swoon and Lucifer, damn. Okay, all right. Sorry, guys. If welcome. This is like someone said. I was playing with my food. But I genuinely don't intend for it to be as me playing with my food. I like to listen to other people, even when they are erratic, and I've gotten better at ignoring some of them, but I wanted to try and get an insight into them. We'll see what happens. Okay. Shout out George and congrats on the sobriety. I just saw that from Mangus. Oh my gosh. Wait, George Floyd. Right, I didn't even say that right. George Floyd. Shit. Okay, you caught me with that one. But do you know why you caught me with that one? Because of Joe. It wasn't Mangus that caught me out with that one. It was Joe playing along, you cheeky thing. Anyway, the world may be dumb, but Smooth is dumber. Oh my gosh. Good morning, Harry. I am having a good one. It is another sunny day, isn't it? I'm very pleased. We're doing all right. But yeah, Drake, sorry that you randomly got a stray in there as well. I have no idea why they chose you specifically to target. That was so random. Yeah. Ooh, Wiki Wednesday could work. I like that. Okay, I also liked Madeline. I know of Madeline and the art style, but I never watched it as well. So I don't know Ella the Elephant, however. We have got a lot of SpongeBob. There was a resurgence. So you connect the word. Thank you, Cody Cameron. Okay. Expertise, you're good, but can we really call this an expertise? I wasn't saying I was the expert. I was saying that you can go watch someone talk to you about trains, okay? I wasn't putting me in the expert, although I do have a 142 IQ. No. That was just a callback to the earlier conversation. Anyhow, cinemas are expensive, I agree. Oh, speaking of cinema, if you guys want to watch a movie and it's cheap, join the Discord. We're going to have a movie night this weekend. I just haven't decided if it's going to be 12 o'clock, 1 o'clock, or 2 o'clock my time. But once I make the decision, that'll be there on my Saturday around midday. What are we going to watch? Yes. I haven't decided yet. How is it you assume we have any similarities, asked Straight God? I wouldn't call this a community. Well, I would say that as someone who has been streaming on Twitch for several years and recognizing the community that was built on Twitch specifically, that is the community that I am referencing. YouTube is something that I am new to and we're branching out. And so I would say that we have already got people who have been returning. It's so good to see you guys. Thank you very much for returning. And that community has been growing alongside the newbies from YouTube. But in terms of saying I wouldn't call this a community, I do agree that there are a lot of people who are coming in and out and recognizing this isn't for them, but the people who stay, that's what I would say is a community. Do you know that if you get Sky Ultimate for £24 a month? Yes, I did see this on a massive ass billboard about you getting all of these things, but I don't watch enough to warrant getting all of this. Anyhow, I talk to strangers here and the vast majority are chilled. It's great to see how people are doing it around the world. I like it too, Harry. Do they also think people like buskers are all rich? I know, right? Because that's the thing is I recognize that there are so many content creators who are literally millionaires. That is no surprise. But there are also millions of content creators. So I don't know why they just assume, I guess it can be somewhat flattering that people assume that I am wealthy. Don't get me wrong, I am privileged. I've come from a privileged background. I will not want for anything. I mentioned earlier, my parents are doctors. I don't live at home, but I know that if I were in genuine trouble, that I always have someone who can help me, and that is a privilege that is not offered to everyone. However, when people come on here and they're just assuming that, because there are a lot of people who have the repetition of, oh well, like it's so like why are you able to make all of this money and we're not, this is what's so wrong with the world. And I'm like, I saw like the projection of my, I can tell you this, okay, you guys want to hear this? The projection of my payout for Twitch this month is $300 US. That is the projection of my income this month from Twitch, and I cannot earn money on YouTube. I do not understand why people, and now it's $302. Thank you so much, Gothic Orpa, for helping us out there, making it $302.50. Maybe $303 actually. Yeah, thank you for bumping that up. Very kind. But it is just, when people are like, this doesn't make logical sense, but then don't go out of their way to understand the logic and find any fact whatsoever. It's fascinating. I find it so interesting. Where it's like they want to use logical argument and have the inability to use logic. It's crazy. It's crazy. Anyhow, we all know she's just doing this in her head. Exactly. I pretend to use the calculator. It's from my 100 IQ or whatever it was. Same age as all of us, 13.8 billion years. I did see that kind of correlation, and I'm glad someone else recognizes that it was oddly similar to 13.8 billion. Cool. Just catching up with chat and then we'll get back to it properly. Enjoy your tequila. Enjoy. I'm from New Zealand. What's your thoughts on saying once you go white, you always stay tight? I have never heard this before. I should have ignored it altogether, but now that I've read it, I have to actually think about it. I don't know if that would be possible. The only way that would be possible is that you would have such a bad experience that you no longer, because I'm assuming you mean in terms of sexual activity. Let's not try and pretend anything other than this. Orpa, thank you so much for the 5 gifted subs. I was not sharing my finances as a way to boost my numbers whatsoever, but that is very, very kind. Genuinely. Thank you. I'm 29, Joe. 29. Anyway, this one thing, the only way it would be possible is if you had such a bad experience that you no longer want to engage in sexual activity ever again. That is the only way I could think of it, and that is just not true. Dean Ackles is what they said, not either or. Dean Ackles. What are we supposed to do now? Smooth Foos has gone. Well, we're supposed to do reacts. I haven't even started on one. Oil me crack and spoil me sack. Let's get real weird. Real wild. I've got a whole bucket of sardine. Let's find a car park and dunk our heads in it. Maybe later. What a beautiful morning. What a beautiful day. Do you ever feel like a plastic bag? Not really, to be honest. Not really. 142 seems a bit low for half German. It's true. It is true. I wonder if the radio lives in New Zealand every day in the UK capital. Smooth Kiss always play the same songs. Yes, they do. They are very, very, very outdated as well. Am I invisible? Yes. Community is also a good show. Good point. Soldier Boy. Gamer Privilege, that's the one. On behalf of the Twitch people and the YouTubers watching over, welcome to X Clementine's Orange Grow. Dinko. Thunderbird Chair Girl. I will say thanks to that. Wolf Creek. Yes, I do want to watch Wolf Creek. I still haven't seen it, but I genuinely do want to watch Wolf Creek. I hear it's pretty darn good. This feels so intimate. I hope that's a good thing. Yes, I have gotten by from my family money. I understand that. I'm not denying that. Yes. People put their own insecurities and inadequacies onto others for sure. For sure. Are we behaving? Never. Why are stream teams delusional? I don't know what that's referring to. Do you mean like the organizations, Chris? Do you eat tomatoes? I do. I don't know if I can speak for all women though. How much are you going to get a real job? How much you going to speak words properly? I'm still terrible at maths. I don't know my 3, 4, 6, 7, 8, and 9 times tables. But do you need to? We're technically still doing the React stream. Yeah, we're just reacting to people instead. That's the one. I used to love maths until I reached secondary school. Oh, but I didn't like secondary school either, but I did like maths still in high school. Yeah, 7 more minutes, guys. 7 more minutes. Oh, I'm trying, guys. I'm trying. Is it possible that somebody in the room is too much talk time to share? I don't know what you mean by that. Sorry, Ken, but feel free to let me know. 29 makes me feel old. Well, I'm so sorry. You're welcome. I don't know how I'm supposed to respond to that. I'm only 12.9 billion years old. Oh, you're just a young whippersnapper then. So Drake God, sorry. Let me ask you why you are interested in my relationship. That is like, are you wondering if I have managed to date someone? Are you thinking that I'm single? Like, what is the question of why you're asking about where's your man's? Like, do you think I should have one? Do you think I shouldn't have one? I have been ignoring the question because I I don't like answering questions that seem to have intent behind them. So share your intent, and then I will answer your question. What's your opinion on Greg's? I don't go to Greg's, is what my opinion is. Why do women shut off? What do they shut off? I guess when they mention free speech, if you can use your correct English, maybe it was a typo. I'll give you the benefit of the doubt that it may have been a typo, but you can ask your question again with correct grammar, and then we can try and answer you correctly, or rather seriously. Morning, Jake. Qatar was good fun, but it was only one day. Particles in the universe, indeed. Do you have comfort shows? Pokemon. My comfort show is Pokemon. I literally have a Pokemon right here and behind me. Qatar funds terrorism. That sucks, but I feel like it's not exclusive to Qatar. You know what I mean? I'm curious why I speak to us and not them. I suppose the same way that people have their own lives, and so when you are at work, you're not necessarily going to be speaking to a significant other while you're at work, right? And so the ability to spend 24/7 with a significant other is very, very rare. And so people have jobs. People have things where they do stuff within their day. And so if someone is now working, or if I am doing this, something I enjoy, the same way, like if I were to go to, I like Dungeons and Dragons. That's a hobby of mine. I love playing Dungeons and Dragons. I do that weekly. If I am there and my significant other doesn't play, I'm not going to speak to them for those couple of hours while I'm there. So that is not something some people might have that, like, for example, there's a married couple in my group. They spend that time together. But I am doing things for the sake of my enjoyment, things that I like doing. And so I do not have to spend my entire time with someone else. And especially if this is the time that I have dedicated to something that I enjoy, regardless of if it is live streaming or if that is going for a run, you know. Some people might go to the gym and they don't go to the gym with their significant other. Are you now going to say, why are you at the gym and not with your significant other? Sometimes we just do things for ourselves, you know? This is like introspection for you. Ooh, I've never thought about that. I wouldn't say it's introspection. I think that it's more entertainment. I just enjoy what I do. The same way that you can play a video game as a single player. If you're going out of your way to play a video game for an hour without your significant other, that's just for your entertainment. That's something that you can do for yourself. Or even watching a live stream. That's something that you can do. So I guess the question I could pose to you is, why are you watching this live stream instead of talking to your partner? Do you have a partner? If not, that's okay as well. But if you do have a partner, why are you watching the live stream instead of spending time with them? Sometimes we just do things for ourselves, and it really doesn't go deeper than that. I think that is just the simple question. Simple answer. Hopefully that answered the question. She's asleep. Well, I'm sorry that you're struggling with your sleep in that case. Maybe they're into ships, perhaps. She looks like my mother's best friend. I hope that that is a compliment, I guess. What's the algorithm up to? That is a great question. That is a great question. I have no idea how the YouTube one works. Hey, Deborah Ann Wool killed it in last night's Daredevil. She is a great. I need to watch more of her stuff. Maybe it's just the perception at the moment. I can imagine that if someone else is in the room, you'd consume the airtime. Well, luckily there's no one else in the room. It's just me and you guys. So funny, trolls have to wait 5 minutes for Clem to read their dopey question. I know, right? But some of them stick around. Okay, cool. You talk like my big sister. I don't know if that's a good or bad thing, but nonetheless. All right. I have some apologies. I owe some people apologies. I recognize my flaws of getting sucked into the conversation. But this is exactly why I am a just chatting streamer and not a React streamer and not a game streamer. I like talking to people. I enjoy conversation. And sometimes those conversations are with people I disagree with because I get enjoyment out of that. But nonetheless, I will see if it is time for us to watch. Let's make a goal, all right? Let's make a commitment. How about we watch maybe we can watch like a third of the month, and then the second third and third on Friday. So we'll split up reacts this week because of the fact that I have let it go on a little bit long. Alternatively, what am I doing today? Stream, we also can go on a little bit longer, but I know that I will want to get some lunch. Where's my calendar? We will split up reacts while we're still figuring it out. Love. Thank you, Kiwi Man. Segueing? Never. No partner watching live streams is going to a freak show. I love this answer. I actually genuinely do love this answer. And I think that I would say that similarly, if your answer of still I'm curious to why people do this, it feels very odd. That statement, for me specifically, I think I relate to a lot. I find it so curious that how people find the stream, how they come onto it, the things that they decide that they want to say, that even yourself and the things that you decide that you want to question or engage in, and the randomness that can happen. I share a very similar curiosity, but in the reverse, where I am now having the platform for people to come to here so that I can see that curiosity. However, I will say that I'm actually very bad at consuming live streams. And so I am not familiar with how a lot of people do a lot of their live streams. I consume short form content and I consume YouTube longer form content, but live streams, I don't really have a base of comparison because I just do my own thing. I don't know why people live stream. Some people, I know it's for companionship. I know that when I started, I wanted to play video games. Obviously, I don't do that anymore. But when I farted, when I started, I wanted to simulate what I had experienced when I was a kid playing video games, where I used to play with my cousins. There would be 5 or 6 of us playing a single player game, and we would enjoy the storyline together. And I think a lot of people do that on live streams as well. Instead of cousins, it's the viewership. And after beginning that journey, it evolved into what I do now. It evolved into having people come in, say their piece, my curiosity getting the better of me and chatting away. Even the fact that this conversation, the fact that this platform has allowed me to meet individuals like yourselves and have these conversations in a way that I would never have had otherwise, I just find really fascinating. And it is a curiosity of my own that I can absolutely share and agree with there. I could listen to you for a whole year straight. Good thing that I stream a lot. Good thing that I stream a lot in that case. Yeah, 3 hours of just chatting is my thing. Maybe reacts should be at 1 o'clock. I wouldn't recognize my floors. I haven't seen them in years. Hilarious. Can we react to Kiwi Man crashing out? Yes, absolutely. Reaction is ruined. Billy. No, I don't know Billy. Sorry, Omator. I trimmed my nose hair. Yay! Now you can go show off your beautiful face. Not always disagreeing, but challenge thought is fun. Yes, challenging thought is fun. I do agree with this. Harry, what does Brian Cox think about Big Bang Theory? I don't think I know who this is. Sorry, Joe. I I will play GTA 6, but I wouldn't say that I am hyped for it. I will play it, but I'm not like, whoa, it's finally coming out. But that's because I didn't really play the others, so I don't need to. I suppose a stranger knows you better than someone who refuses to see you differently. So in reality, I'm seeing the most authentic version of you, and I can't judge your past. That is really profound. I might save that. I'm going to mull that one over later. See, I don't, I would have never, and I think this is another thing for me, is that, I don't think that we can challenge our thinking if we are in a bubble, an echo chamber, or not having access to other thought processes. I really like this comment. I will be mulling over that. All right, but we are going to move on, and we are going to try and do reacts. I promise. I promise we are. I promise. Yeah. Brian Cox is an actor. Okay, I don't know this one. Thank you so much together. You are sweet. I spent several hours watching several different random live streams today. There we go. Yeah, some people just love it. I think for me, I prefer watching YouTube over live streams, but it's still good. Synthetic collective telepathy. Your thought processing is fun at to reach a point that words just fill. As in, like, word vomit? Is that what you're trying to say? New Brighton Beach, Christchurch? I don't know what these are. Oh, one's a physicist and one's an actor. Hey, AI. Hi, it's me, the AI. Don't steal my materials. Okay, I will adapt it in that case and try to make it totally authentic. But Drake God, haven't you heard that I'm AI? Don't you know that I'm AI? What did you think was going to happen? All of this was just data collection, baby. Get wrecked. Now I have stolen your likeness. All right. Okay. Let's do it. Are the ads over? Are the ads over on Twitch? Maybe not. React stream is actually Clem trolling us with no intention to react. It actually is pretty much that. Okay. Let me click on these things. And then hopefully, wait, why is this doing it like this? Just let me click on my hyperlinks. Click. You look AI though. Thank you, Josh. I'll take that compliment. Let's go back. Warning for the epileptics. There's my Kiwi accent. This says warning, flashing lights. Okay. This is not supposed to be hot. No, not at all. If you think this is supposed to be hot, or you're curious about it, that shows that you already think there might be something hot about it. And that says more about you than all the rest of us who are clearly not trying to look at this as someone trying to do something hot. Yeah, this one's for the gooners. That's true. I don't use the dash. We're actually doing a single react. We're going to do a single react, all right? The single react. It's so hot, thank you. So hot right now. Warning, 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 flashing lights. Okay, we all good? We now know that there is warning. This is from Chem Teacher Phil, transmitting sound using light. Ooh,
if you take a solar panel, hook up a speaker to it, and shine a light on it, it makes a little noise, which means we should be able to transmit sound using light. To test it out, I started by making a circuit that amplifies the audio signal from my iPad. Once I press play,
if you can't do this,
I can
you're
tell
not
the
a
song's
real
playing
man.
because the light begins to pulse. This happens because software converts the sound file into an electrical signal that normally goes to the speakers, but in this case, I'm sending it to an LED instead to produce light. And using the same solar panels before, you can see the voltage produced varies right along with the music. So in theory, the flashing of the light bulb carries all the information needed to reproduce the sound in the song. The only problem is that I had to keep the solar panel pretty close to the light. Moving it away even a short distance.
But if we
causes
have a
sound level to
stronger
drop
light,
off.
then it should work,
And I really
right?
wanted to see if I could use this to transmit sound over a much longer distance.
Yes.
To do
Bigger
this,
light.
I had
Bigger
to swap
light.
out the LED for a cheap red laser diode, which produced a decent-sized dot when I
Jesus
pointed it
Christ.
across my living room and up the stairs. And it actually worked. Way better than I expected.
That's
Transmitting sound with light.
very cool.
How cool is that?
It is very
take a
cool.
solar panel,
Okay,
hook up a
this
speaker
is actually very cool. For those who were struggling to follow along with that, especially over my talking, essentially he recognized that he connected the speaker to this light receiver and was able to recognize that the speaker was going like ba, 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 ba. And so in theory, you can now transmit audio through light. And so bada bing, bada boom, managed to do that. My curiosity is that how radio waves work? Because that's not light, but maybe there would be similar technologies there, right? Because light... Oh, I guess light wouldn't be waves. This is where I don't have this knowledge. It was actually very cool. Or maybe? Yeah, that's the thing. It's like, it's no, but maybe. They're probably... It's not the same. But I don't... I guess what I'm recognizing is... oh, no, that would be sound waves. I don't know how... this is making me realize I don't know how radios work. That is all this has achieved, is I do not know how it works. Photons? It's all the same. Okay, so photons, and that can be with light or sound or radio waves. Okay, light is both a wave and particles. Okay, cool. All right, radio waves are easier to control, though.
I'm doing my part.
Wow, look at you guys. And actually, it's all magic anyway. Very cool, very cool. So Omator, for me, an answer to the console, that was Nintendo 64. But don't distract me further, because we've already struggled with the reacts. You can ask me these questions in 2 days' time when we're back on the Just Chatting stream. No stream tomorrow, but don't ask me these questions unless it's on a Just Chatting section. So that is because I will get sucked in. I will get sucked in. I will play GTA. Don't worry. I will get there. Okay. I did notice that a torch affected a cassette tape player once. Oh dear. I hope it didn't destroy it or anything. Yeah. Cool. Cool. You're right. Oh, you still haven't gone to work, you poor thing. Yes, I feel like that is something you need to do. But first, let's go to the next one. Can I just close this now? I feel like I can. Next video, we're doing it. Skyrim!
Get me mad, and I'll prank you. And not a little, a lot.
Oh my god. What is this prank, though? You'll never forget this evil Skyrim prank.
My parents died not too long ago. I don't know what to do. Do you have a place I can live? Really? You mean it? Wow, thanks, Pa. I promise I won't be any trouble at all. You got me a present?
Oh
really?
My god, no!
Thanks. Get me mad, and I'll prank you. And not a little, a lot.
Well, I wouldn't say that this is an evil Skyrim prank. This is just what they refer to as revenge. South Park did it first, did they really? Ay. How very South Park... Okay, I don't know that episode. That is so twisted, though. And I love it. The only thing is that is suspending my disbelief is that I don't know if Skyrim mechanics work that way. Like, if you kill someone's parents, do they become adoptable? I don't know if that's like a mod or anything. Like genuinely, I just don't know. The reason I don't know is because when I played Skyrim, I didn't just go and mercilessly kill someone's parents. Although I suppose this wasn't mercilessly done. That was done out of pettiness. Very Sweeney Todd of them. Oh my goodness. Also, Zaga, thank you so much for the extra info there. Scott Tenorman Must Die, South Park Season 5, Episode 4. There we go. Ginger, that is very funny. I do respect it. Anyway, look at us. We've done 2 reacts to the next one. Yeah, I like my vanilla no mod stream. Ooh, is this working? I was gonna say, is this a Lego xylophone? And sure it is. Working xylophone made entirely out of Lego. Let's see.
This is a working xylophone completely made of Lego. Even the strings suspending each of the bars are a Lego piece that you can get, and the mallets are Lego rods with Lego tires.
Very cute.
Each note has been perfectly tuned by adding small pieces of just the right weight to the underside, so that even though the bars appear the same size, they'll resonate at different frequencies. This is a working xylophone complete.
That was very satisfying. I'm glad that they also made sure to specify the strings. The thing is that I know a lot of people who would have been playing Lego in the 90s. Actually, when did Lego come out? Does anyone have that information? What decade Lego actually started having their building blocks? This feels like it is very impressive for a lot of reasons, but to call it Lego, how I know of Lego, this piece in itself doesn't even look like Lego, you know? We're thinking about the old school, just 6 little nodes, just a proper brick. And so this is awesome, but it still doesn't feel like how I think of Lego. Lego is just simply a brick. Or apparently, Lego started in 32. GCS said availability in 1949. So let's say, okay, so this conception 1932, and then global distribution later on, perhaps. Some of the voice actors in Skyrim also voiced some in the shows I liked as a kid. That's so cool. Yeah, voice actors are incredibly talented. Inspired by the self-locking bricks invented by English toy maker Hilary Page in 1939, which were produced by his company Kittycraft, the Lego Group began manufacturing the interlocking toy bricks in 1949. There we go. There is the straight fact. Thank you, Toke. You know what, No Money, I'm so glad that you gave me an extra adjective in there, because you're not the first person who's called me the girl version of Asmongold, but I do appreciate that there's a pretty girl version in there as well. Lego originated in 1932, but then the interlocking bricks introduced in 49. Okay, brilliant. Okay, so Lego derived from the Danish phrase leggot, which means play well. Oh, cute. In 47, Lego expanded to begin producing plastic toys. So that's how it was there. Girlman Gold! That will be my next branching of channel. Okay, cool. Asmin Girl, that could work. Wiki page called Timeline of Lego. Like specifically to the timeline rather than Lego itself. Cute. I actually, if you're talking about the gingers, we don't need to save the orange race because as watched in the Discord channel from Kiwi Man, the gingers are actually doing okay. Go! Look, we smashed it! And look how easy it is for me to click on things! Although I might have to save this one because that is a full 9-minute one. And we've spoken about it before. I have to check the rules on songs for YouTube. So we will save this one and just not tick it off. We just won't tick it off, you know? Ooh, I like Asmin Copper, especially because of the ginger hair. Being a copper top, you know? Ooh, this has got to be fun. Let's have a look. Can we can't make this any larger by the looks of it. So we'll leave it as is. So, teaching goths Dungeons and Dragons.
So how do I know which dice to use? Usually it's a D20. Your dungeon master can help you out as you
Dungeon master.
And the dungeon master is the one in the cuck chair.
There's no cuck chair.
That's the person who just sits in the chair and watches everybody else have fun.
Yep, that's the cuck chair for sure.
It's a cuck chair.
No. They orchestrate
Yeah,
everything.
don't try to argue it.
They plan.
They're in the
all
cuck
out.
chair. Yep.
Cuck chair.
Mm-hmm. Love the background music as well.
It's a cuck chair.
It's a cuck chair.
Wait, so how do I...
I will say that the attention to detail of using a fun, like, carnival version of, what's this, from Nightmare Before Christmas has me extra liking this video. That is the thing that I actually care about rather than everything that was involved in that video. It so is a cuck chair. The only thing that, see, as someone who... How am I going to phrase this? I need your help on defining the role of a cuck chair, because the difference I would say is that the cuck chair in Dungeons and Dragons, the DM is facilitating a lot of the action. Can a traditional use of a cuck chair provide instructions, or do they simply just watch? Because I feel like if their role is simply watching, then the dungeon master is not fully in the cuck, like it's not fully cuck chair. You know what I mean? Thank you, Otterloon, much appreciated. Archer's on Asmongold's name. He was walking around and some guy saw his Heiny, nice ass man, put his pinky, middle finger, and thumb together, kiss him. Wait, what? Gold? That sounds like a nice YouTube name. Oh, you're being silly. I was ready for accepting this as a truth until I saw the pinky middle finger business, but nonetheless. No matter how much NPCs they play, they're not really in the game. Super cuck chair, you reckon? I don't think that is the origin, no. To watch people get fucked, isn't that the Dungeon Master's goal? Damn, you raise a point. On Steam controller, hopefully you can save up for it then. Anywho, yeah, we must have had a lull in the YouTube algorithm pushing the YouTube. Speaking of DMs, you can't unsee it. That's what this was trying to achieve. Look at us. We're freaking nailing it. Why did that not click on it? Isn't everyone who turns it is not... Ooh. No, I don't think it is. I don't think if... It is. I don't think it's a cuck chair if you're another player, because you can chime in at any time. It would be just like taking a break, essentially, because you can interject, and sometimes that would be rude, but it's not a cuck chair because of that. Maybe it's kind of power cuck. Ooh, where it's so. I would liken it to someone in the cuck chair being like, now, touch them like this. So I don't know what. And I'm sure that people in this community, as in not like our community, but in the community of being far more hypersexual than I am, basically, I suspect that they would know the term that I am referring to, but we are dobbing all of you guys of also being just as vanilla as I am. I think that it is like someone who likes to watch but also likes to instruct. An instructor. You know what I mean? The Skyrim kid situation, they call this the Batman paradox. Create the danger that offs your parents and adopting you to raise his own weapon to incite more danger that offs more people's parents to create more orphans is an endless cycle. Damn! But Batman is supposed to not kill people, right? But I guess it's in Skyrim, so we can have a little bit of leeway there. I would say that if you give any directions during a romp, thank you for being finding words around it, you're participating in at least a little way, and that's not a cuck. That is my thought process as well, Zaga. That was my thought process. Have you played Jet Set Radio before? No, I don't know this one. Anyone's getting stunned? Stupid stun rules. A cuck's involved just by being the cuck. Isn't the cuck chair the kink in itself? Yes, I don't know. That's the thing. That's why I asked the question. A sexstructor. Clem's cuck chairing is asking people to explain their points and watch them unravel. Don't kink shame me. I'm sorry that I like to just understand why they make that noise when a certain thing is done, okay? I want to know what's going on. We're talking about sex, Gigi. And cuck chairs. You're welcome to stay if you'd like. Have we, as a community, gone astray? No. It's the hypersexuals who are wrong. Originally, cuck came from cuckold, exactly right, which was any man whose wife was unfaithful. Watching wasn't necessary. Ooh, but the cuck chair, because I guess they like get cucked. It's like, oops, you saw this thing. You are correct, C Mama, and as usual, I am not surprised when it comes to words. The person in the cuck chair, typically a submissive partner in consensual cuck. See, consensual, very important. cuckolding scenario derives pleasure from combination of psychological, emotional, and physical factors linked to watching the partner be intimate with someone else, often called the bull. This is right. Nonetheless, wait, are you a cuck? I don't consider myself a cuck, but the problem is that I do have a yes and wait. Let me start that sentence again before people misinterpret already what I'm saying. I am a yes and kind of person. So if people in the community say like this is like Sean has done, I will likely bounce off that and continue the joke. The problem is that I'm not very good at making my I guess I am sarcastic, but I say my sarcasm very how I normally talk. So I was pointing out Sean's interpretation of me as a cuck in a cuck chair, and I recognize that I may have made that feel more authentic than it was. And also, maybe it is true, and now you never know. Yeah, exactly, Boba. I know that some people do have the humiliation and shame kinks. I learned that from Euphoria. And so it might be related. I don't want to live on this planet anymore. Okay, let's watch Luigi House But It Mansion. Sorry? Luigi House But It Mansion. I am hoping that watching this video will explain this title.
Luigi's House But It Mansion.
Okay.
Luigi House But It Mansion. 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 Luigi House But It... I'm a greedy bitch.
No context required. It's still going.
Luigi House But It Mansion. Luigi House But It Mansion.
Incredible. No notes.
House.
Whoa! And a jump scare at the end, which is very, very applicable when it comes to scary Luigi Mansion. Like I said, no context required, just vibing, happy. No, that's all. That was incredible. That was incredible. Yeah, I'm gonna swap this around for a tick. Well, I get the next one. I've written. Batman doesn't off people, but to quote Vision, strength invites challenge, challenge incites conflict. Batman's strength and retaliation invites more conflict. He's one of the richest men there is. He should use it to rebuild Gotham fully, but he uses violence to deal with his own trauma, creating more trauma. And I love Batman, but this is true. Okay, all right. I feel it. Luigi House But It Mansion. Thank you, Silver. Luigi Mouse But It Handsome. That's my little spoonerist. Oh my gosh! Speaking of wonderful people, thank you, Luna. That made it sound like I was talking about you, Luna, and I'm not mad about that. I'm not mad. Have you seen that Super Mario Maker 2 streamer with god tier comedic timing? No, I don't think I know what you're talking about. Like nothing comes to mind there. Here is another incredible content creator. If you are not familiar with Hannah Fry, then you are missing out. I tell you what, we are about to learn why do people sneeze at the sun? Let's do it.
Are you one of those people that sneezes when you look at a bright light?
Oh, I know, but my
if you
dad
are,
is.
I'm sorry to say that your brain is broken.
Correct, Dad.
Definitely miswired.
I mean, I already knew that about my father, but nonetheless.
Problem. So there is this nerve that runs up your face. It's called the trigeminal nerve. It's like this absolute beast. It's responsible for all the sensation in your face and like controlling your big chewing muscles. Now, if something like a bit of dust or a virus gets inside your nose and tickles you, This is the nerve that has the reflex. It can hit a sneeze button and then forcibly eject whatever it was that was tickling you.
Makes
The thing
sense.
is, also running up your face is the optic nerve, right? This is the one that runs from
your
your eyes.
eyeball.
It's literally what allows you to see. And in some people, between about 18 and 35% of the population,
That's a big number.
the insulation, if you like, between these two is a little bit dodgy. There's a crosstalk between the two nerves. It means that if you suddenly get a big change in the intensity of light, like someone switches on a really bright light bulb right in your face, then the optic nerve will kick off, unintentionally trigger the trigeminal nerve, which in turn panics, pushes the sneeze button.
That's
It's
so
wiring.
cool!
It's inherited.
Or
It's a bit
rather,
like whether you can roll your
unfortunate.
tongue. You get it from your parents. And scientists decided to call this trait the autosomal dominant compelling helio-ophthalmic outburst.
Obviously.
Otherwise known as ACHU. Just imagine how fun these scientists would be at parties. Anyway, this is all very cute and interesting.
That is the
Unless
nerdiest
you
little
are a
extra
fighter
tidbit
pilot
from
and
a
you're in the middle of a
scientist.
dogfight and you breach through some clouds into the sun and then suddenly descend into a sneezing fit. This is actually something people worry about, by the way. The other big worry is if you are doing an operation on someone's eye, because for about a quarter of the population, if you get close to them with a needle or a bright light, they're just going to start sneezing in the surgeon's face.
I wonder
which
if
I would say is suboptimal. There is something you can do about this. If you feel a sneeze coming on, you can press down.
She's
this part of
cheeky,
your
that
lip,
one.
The filtrum it's called.
She's
and
cheeky.
what that does, if you press really hard, is it overwhelms the trigeminal nerve. It sort of confuses it. It gives it another sensation that makes it forget about ever wanting to press the sneeze button.
What?
Are you one of those people that sneezes when you have
gosh.
bright light? Because
That was incredible. She's so nerdy. She loves all of the puns. I love it. I love it. Wonderful. Anyway, that's Hannah Fry. She does a lot of educational content like this. It's fabulous. Fabulous. I've tried this trick. I'm not sure if it works as I tried it after a failed sneeze. Yeah, I don't know if when you're trying to sneeze. I guess if you're starting to feel that, like, maybe you could push it. Phil, you know Andrea? Let's do it! Oh my gosh! That is a reference I was not expecting here. I know that there's I'm not aware that we have a skewed demographic of men in the community. However, the fact that you know Andrea's Let's Do It, I love her. I think she's great. I don't really follow a lot of I suppose fashion content creators, but she came up on my feed and she's so endearing because of how she shows off her fashion. I love it. I love it. Let's do it. Yes, I know exactly what you're talking about, Phil. That's why looking at a light helps you sneeze. Well, for 18 to 35% of the population. As a younger, misbehaving man who would have tickly noses, I appreciate this knowledge, but also kids, keep your noses clean. Keep your noses clean. If you have to sneeze but can't get it out, blink wildly at a light source to try and help trigger that. But would that only work if you're a part of that percentage, though, you know? The press made me sneeze. I like it. Hi, Frank. Grave robbing vlog when? Once I get my archaeologist degree. Then what's the difference between a grave robber and an archaeologist? A degree. Basically a degree. And getting permission. Nowadays they're better. Back in the day, not so much. Nowadays you have to get permission. But like, who gives the permission? Because the Brits took a lot of stuff from Egypt because they willed it so. Someone from Twitch, you want to start a fight? I missed what that one is. I gotta use the chat stream to see your response. I missed what that was for. Sorry, Barrel Bard. Oh, never mind. Hi, Harris. I'm part of these people for the percentage. Sneezing when hungry is a real, albeit rare phenomenon, likely caused by a neurological reflex where intense hunger triggers the vagus nerve. This nerve, which regulates involuntary functions like digestion can cause a sneeze when activated by extreme hunger or rapid stomach changes. Damn. We're just watching some videos, Raj. So basically, just then we watched why people sneeze when they look in the sun. But I don't know what the next video is going to be about. The age of the grave? No, apparently it's not about the age of the grave at all. It is genuinely just about getting permission for it or not. Because if someone, if a grave you were digging up from 5 years ago, if you have permission, it's no longer grave robbing. So it's about consent. The difference between archaeology and grave robbing is consent. But who gives that consent? That's where it's another conversation. Is it okay to rob Tooth Fairy? Yeah, I guess they have a monopoly, so why not? Tongue press to the roof of the mouth does well to suppress a sneeze as well. Okay. We'll try and have a look. Base British Empire, get out of here! Get out of here! I'm not watching this in the shorts for a change. Yes, so I've been waiting for our friend Tom to come back because they wanted me to put something in the hole, and I finally did it, and they haven't been back since I put my... Do you see who that is? Frank, actually? Actually, Frank. Yeah, it's just... There's just like a little something, just a little someone, just a little no big deal in that little hole there. Thank goodness you swapped to horizontal, right? Just a little number one little, thing. The sun never sets on the British Empire. Get out of here! That's set back in the, 50s? When did George the 6th? When did Lizzie's dad die? That's when that died. Although, I guess things are just renamed these days. My partner would put me off when about to sneeze so frequently that I have trauma in my head. She's going to put me off sneezing that it inherently stops a sneeze. Oh my gosh. I didn't know that. Yes, grave robbing is absolutely a thing. It's in the name. You go to graves. So basically it's a very old crime, because it is a crime. And so people used to dig up graves and steal the jewelry and other expensive items that the people were buried with. And so a lot of people would get buried with their wedding rings or necklaces and all of these kinds of things. And so that's kind of where it came from. Even if the body had decomposed, some of these items would still be in good nick. And so people would steal them and sell them. It is illegal. So that is the one that has come from. I find myself cursing at my girlfriend and I lose a sneeze and she says, I didn't do anything. Yes, but it's her fault. It's her fault, You shaved? I did. Look at me. It's looking all right, hey? Looking all right. I feel like I probably should have done it a while ago. I got the new teeth, I got the shave, and this is what I look like now. How can I catch a goth mommy? I do not know, and if you find out, please share with the class, okay? Please share with the class. I think the mods are onto it, maybe? I don't know, we've been ignoring the Twitch for a while. But nonetheless. Okay. Let us continue. Let's continue. I started a little bit late today. So I think I'm happy to go for another half hour, let's say. Let's go for another half hour. Here we go. The mods on vacay. Well, the thing is, the mods are not on vacation whatsoever. The mods are working bloody overtime, but over on YouTube. That is where the attention focus has been, because we haven't needed to worry about the Twitch chat for like years. The amount of this person has been banned or timed out on YouTube that we don't even address. Someone just got timed out right now. In answer to your question, the person who spammed, because we do time out spammers, I do play games on Twitch and on Xclem Plays. So that's the one. Puff and Rock. I don't know this one. Had a female lead. Oh, this is still the cartoons and whatnot. Okay, let us continue. I think we're doing well. We have an Instagram one. These ones I always have to unmute when I click on them, so bear with me. Luna! Ba-ba-da-da-ba-ba.
I'm 36 years.
I love this lady. Okay, so this is not the original channel. Carissa is so funny. She kind of found her niche in impersonating Gal Gadot. I've seen a few of these videos, but basically that's the whole shtick. So this is someone who has shared Carissa's video. But anyway, you get the point. She impersonates Gal Gadot, and Gal Gadot playing other characters. This one is Hermione Granger. So let's hear it.
Years old, and I'm here to study magic. Goddammit, Oculus Ribeiro. Blimey, you're Harry Potter. You must be Harry Potter. Are you? Professor Quirrell, please give me the Philosopher's Stone. Now I'm going to bed before you two come up with another clever idea to get us expelled. Or worse. No, killed. Don't get us expelled. No! Ron's be splinched. Why does everyone keep questioning my age? I don't look a day over 17. He's been splinched, goddammit. Ron, you ate my last muesli bar. Crucio! Voldemort, I'm very cross with yo. You have been saying very poor things about muggles. Ron, it's not Leviosa. It's Leviosa. I'm 36 years old, and I'm here.
Oh, she's great. Anyway, that's Carissa. If you want to see more of her impressions of Gal Gadot, go check out her channel on the actual one. She did one of Wicked, and it's ruined one of the songs for me in a way that I'm actually not mad about. So it's like, because I knew you, and then she's like, because I knew you too. And now I cannot hear the song for good without going, 'cause I knew you too. Anyway, I think she's funny. She does other skits as well, but Gal Gadot is kind of the thing that made her go viral. So she's been doing, as a lot of content creators end up doing, is when they find the thing that goes viral, they repeat it, and they're still pretty good. I've seen quite a lot of them. You catch a goth mommy by using her fishnets? Yeah, but she's wearing them. That can't work. That can't work. Okay, we're doing it. We're actually smashing through. It just took us a long time. Oh, hello. Okay, here is a task. Send this to someone who owes you the... More like Gal, go away. Send this to someone who owes you the... I actually have no idea what this could be. And especially with the aesthetic. All right, let's give it a shot.
Send this to someone who owes you the M1A2 Abrams. The M1A2 Abrams is a main battle tank that uses a 1500 horsepower Honeywell AGT 1500 gas turbine engine and is capable of running on multiple types of fuel. It is equipped with a 120mm smoothbore M256 cannon, along with a 50 caliber M2 machine gun. Send this to someone who owes you the M1A2.
Sorry, Kiwi man. Look. I've been traveling a lot. I know that I said I would give you M1A2 Abrams. I moved countries. I'm traveling. I know that I owe this to you. I'm working on it, okay? I'm working on it. Oh goodness. I think I could have guessed anything and I would have been like, I've never heard these words before, let alone be able to guess that. That was incredible. Yeah. No, you're all right, Luna. You just do you. Oh, you just do your thing. You do your thing. You do your thing. Also, Frank, I just see your suggestion of sending me another Pokemon for the whole. Legitimately, if I had a PO box, I would be taking you up on that offer. Because remember, my philosophy is not a this or that. I would love to have a couple extra little cutie boys in there. Maybe I'll have to look into it. But the beautiful thing about Bulbasaur is that it's just the right height. So I'll have to look into it. Oh my gosh! It might be an iconic tank, but not one that I am familiar with. I was not expecting that whatsoever, but how fun. How fun. Ugh. I bet she got a lot of likes on that one. How's a wall creeper gonna peep if you block up the hole with Pokemon? Well, that's the whole point. Oh, is this the same girl? I think this is the same girl. There's the red hair again. I live in the UK, but I'm originally from New Zealand. Yeah, I only know JJ as well. Oh, wait, that's what you said. Okay. This says stay focused, all right? Everyone, stay focused. Focus, focus, focus. We're not gonna get debated.
And you don't own the Lockheed Martin F-22 Raptor, the American twin-engine all-weather supersonic stealth fighter aircraft? Stop getting fucking distracted, man. Stop wasting your time. You're better than this. And you...
I cannot hear that again. You know what? I like her. I like her. She's done well. I think she's... there's something to be said about the simplicity. That's all. That's my whole reaction.
I'm doing my part.
Damn straight you are. We did it! We got through a third of the month. What's the time?
I'm doing my part.
Shall we try and get through a half of the month? We've been smashing it out.
I'm doing my part.
I feel like YouTube has calmed down pushing my content because they know that I'm watching other content. I feel like it's chilled out, you know? I think we'll get through half of the month and then we can try and depending on how things go on Friday, we could do the other half or something. Yeah, 12:04, you got it. I'm not familiar with Studio C, sorry Raj. Fuck it, we'll do it live. Hey, bravo! Thank you for the biddy. Cute. All right. How to win at dating. Let's see it.
Dating can seem scary as it can dictate your reproductive prospects, happiness, and entire future. But it's not as scary when you remember that most relationships fail and we all die anyway.
Hey, this is what I was saying yesterday!
Oh, Bob, can you wingman me? Wingman? But you have to be sure they weren't an actual wingman in the war or this may trigger some memories. Hey, girls.
Oh, not the
That is the life
PTSD.
of the party. Oh, well, that's nice.
The life is fragile.
Okay, well,
I still see their faces.
Oh dear. If you don't have a quick wit, hire an orchestra to follow you around and play songs from slow motion montages.
Ooh, I haven't thought about that idea.
Your date will think you're in slow motion and aren't taking as long to respond as you are.
Oh, is that how to do it?
Yoke. And just like that,
That was
he's
a
going to be clumbing his Burgoyne into the butcher's cave. Of course, if things do get steamy, it's important you both capitalize as quickly as possible to avoid the moment dying.
Of course, of course.
There's no lube, but I've got vegetable oil. I was grinding against the car seat, so I should be firm enough.
Great. Dating can seem scary as it can
It can dick. The fact I paused that just as it says it can dick. Oh, beautiful, beautiful. Play Benny Hill. No, that's not the soundtrack that I want my date to hear. Oh, I spotted the dick. It can dick. The timing. That was very good. I love a redubbed version of stuff. So yeah, that was cool. I like it. The weather is well at the moment. Getting better every single day. Hopefully it'll stay well. That's all. I didn't stop there on purpose. I wish I had that talent. That's the thing. Sometimes life is funnier than truth. Wait. That's not the... That was not well said. Sometimes life and truth is more unbelievable and funnier than anything crafted, and now it's all just falling apart. Anyhow, I wish I had the genius to pause it there in particular, but I only have 142 IQ, you know. Life is funnier than the truth, but that's also the truth. So now I'm getting more confused. Yes, I'm close to London. I am about 90 minutes away. I'm in Southampton. Clever first dubbed version of Squid Game. How dare you? How dare you? But what I do like is when people will dub it into English, the incorrect translations. And so I used to watch something called The Cave of Cheeseburgers. I wonder if it still exists. This one, me and my cousin, we watched so much of it. It's kind of like DBZ abridged, I believe. Cave of Cheeseburgers. It still exists! And they got a remake? What the heck? Okay, funny Aladdin dub 19 years ago. Disgusting. Disgusting. I'll see if this will this is my submission for today.
Guess what?
Shut up and go away.
What do you mean, go away? I just brought this house.
I live here now.
Hmm? Do you even remember me? We met in the market.
I can't believe I remember this so well.
You
stink.
You don't even remember me, do you?
Huh?
I took you to my house.
Anyway, I went out of my way to watch that entire thing. And the fact that I remember the timing on so many of those little moments just really goes to show how much I watched that as a 10-year-old. Anyway, there's this one moment in the entire the larger version where they get to the Cave of Cheeseburgers, and it's when Abu goes to like touch the treasure, and in the original one, Aladdin's like remember, we can't touch anything, and so he goes, I can't remember the name of Abu, but whatever the name they call Abu, he's like, look at all these cheeseburgers! And then Abu goes to like grab it and he goes, wait! Those aren't cheeseburgers. It's just gold. It's just so stupid. It's just so stupid. It was hilarious. What can I say? It was great. Oh, is that DBZ abridged one? He keeps kicking me in the dick. Why does he keep kicking me in the dick? I don't know this one, but I'm sure it's from the abridged one. Could be worse. You could have watched the entire dub movie. Oh. Ooh, this is awkward. I think it could have been Apu or similar. YouTube poops are hilarious. You can't tell me otherwise. I thought it was funny. Go to Google and search 6'7" and see what comes up. Well, I hated that. I don't want to live on this planet anymore. Now I have to subject you guys to it. You ready? Anyhow, making a twig chair. Making a twig chair. Let's can we ban that guy actually? Before we move on, can we can we get rid of technical, please, for subjecting us all to this Gen Alpha slop? Thank you. Is I'm a firing my laser from the abridged? I don't know this one, sorry. People in Mounders be like, I can't eat cash. I don't know what you mean by this. Oh, that's socio-political commentary on the early U.S. economy, you're saying. You know what? I choose to believe you. No, I'm sorry, technical. I didn't mean it. The mods are too good at following instructions. Anyhow, let's go watch Making a Twig Chair so that we can have a nice palate cleanser. How about that?
2 Novembers ago, I was offered a substantial sum of money from a mental health charity.
This is also, I don't know if this is, he's talking about mental health charity, but there was a surely he knew what he was doing. I'm just going to watch this again. If you guys don't see it, then I recognize it's a me issue, okay? But I'm just going to start again for reasons. He knew what he was doing. He knew. Also, I love the accent.
2 Novembers ago, I was offered a substantial sum of money from a mental health charity. They wanted me to open up on camera about whatever mental health issues I'd been dealing with and share it on my platforms.
All right.
The only issue being, at the time, my mental health was in reasonably good nick. Around about the same period,
Glad to
I was
hear it.
half thinking of dropping out of college and pursuing woodworking full-time. It wasn't really much of a decision in the end. Spend my life racing rats in glass cages, or pass my days making model chairs in a stone shed. But either way, I reckoned I could masquerade my dilemma as a mental health crisis that I could open up about to my viewers online.
All right,
and
let's
so I
hear
took
it.
the money and made the video. At the time, I rationalised it as a noble cause with a good message that might, at the very least, make somebody feel better. But still, it felt like a disingenuous use of charity money, and I still carry that guilt today. Good men sprouted moustaches, also that I could pretend to be sad. Had the same charity approached me this year, I would have been able to speak the truth and talk about how I've actually been feeling down and out a lot these days. It's a difficult thing for me to publicly announce, but I suppose that's what makes it worthwhile saying. My mood is low, I struggle to get out of bed in the morning and then lie awake at night. Then I get frustrated at myself, a captain of my own ship, incapable of steering it to calm and happy waters. The cycle repeats itself, and motivation to learn and create dwindles, thus perpetuating myself into an even worsened state, paralysed by my own thoughts. I could go on, but I won't. It's nothing too sinister, I can assure you. Feelings like this arrive in cycles, some better, some worse, but each one's certain to pass in time. I actually wrote this script a few days ago, and I'm feeling a lot better today. Anyway, I guess I felt I could use my recent feelings of discontent to somewhat rectify the wrongdoings of my former self. I still have a platform of viewers, mostly of whom are men, and 2 years on, I can legitimately talking about the way I feel. You don't need me to sit here and read you some statistics about a crisis, but I think we all know talking our way through these things to be the ultimate antidote. Simply meeting up with a friend or family member and hashing out whatever's going on inside your mind. We're social animals, after all, not built for the long hours of solitude modern life often mandates. Anyway, here's a model of a stick chair I made. A twig chair, if you will. It's long ago. 2 Novembers ago, I was offered a substantial...
Oh. I think the whole time I was like, I don't know if he's doing this more as a story to overlay the visuals, or if he's being genuine. But as it went on, the realization that it is actually something that he was guilty of and wanted to absolve himself of, and carrying that with him. Aw, I really liked that. That really sent me on an emotional journey. No, I don't really have anything to say. I just think that it is really nice to see him talking about these things open and honestly, and as he even tied that in with his script and story about how important that is and how we are social creatures. I feel like that mimics a lot of my views and how I look at content creation and providing an option of socialization in a way. And sharing of ideas, and some of those ideas can be, like in this case, about mental health. That was very meta, yeah. Aww. It just seemed really genuine. I think that I might actually leave us on that one. That was just as one to kind of have as a bit more of a wholesome vibe that we can digest and walk away from, you know? That just was really sweet. I think that was really sweet. So I'm happy to leave it at there before we then turn into the degeneracy again. You keep haunting me, Yoda, okay? Get out of here. Get out of here. It's like I don't want your little ghosty, your little force ghosty constantly turning up and hanging around. I don't know when you're watching. It just keeps me on edge, okay? Well, it's a pleasure to have you back here, Yoda. Pleasure back you. Go to Google and search Stranger Things and wait for some time. And click on the dice. If he stole the money, I'm putting him in the bin. If he didn't, it's strange to spread such defamatory rumors about oneself. Also very true. But yes, he like he said, justified it as a noble cause and then decided to make sure to apologize, I suppose. And this is also a good thing to recognize, is if you do something, you should be able to have the ability, if you do something questionable, you should have the opportunity to apologize and recognize and reflect and all these kinds of things. And I think, you know what, I don't think he necessarily said, I'm sorry. He didn't, it was like a top tier apology video. You know, if you're going to rate apology videos, it was a top tier because he didn't actually apologize, which is also what they say. You got to stick with your guns. But it was about reflection, and I really respected it a lot in this regard. I thought it was really nice. And also, Fred, thank you for the confirmation about that. I can't eat cash for the gold and cheeseburgers. I genuinely I do appreciate that that clarification. My bad. Okay, so Harry Potter parody. Oh, that's Studio C. I don't think I've seen this one. That one doesn't ring a bell. You're a bit magic? Not me, no. We know we can't eat your ghost chips. Exactly. Fake Yoda doesn't speak like the Yoda I once knew. They're just trying to adapt to the modern world. No cap, for real, for real. Hi, Fugo. No, I am not going to be watching the Harry Potter parody today. Clem's likely to go to Google and search Pokemon at least. Then she gets to catch the Pokemon. Do you know what? I actually don't play that on Google. I don't want to get sucked into it. I genuinely don't. I already have my Pokemon Go. That's enough for me. I have to go catch an Orthworm this week. From which horizon did a soul as radiant as yours emerge? The southeast, I suppose. The Pacific, to be specific. Oh, yes. Okay, so we're going to leave. So this is the other thing. We're going to leave the reacts there because look, I can just come back to that. I can see what's been ticked off. I think I might try and get a different system. We can see this one hasn't been ticked off. And then I can just add December and so on and so forth. I even added comments when people had comments. This was just a very quick thing that I whipped together, but I think it worked, right? I feel like that, thanks, Lena. I think that me having these prepared, even with, because the problem I've had in the past is that there are, when people share things, sometimes they're on Reddit, sometimes they're on YouTube, sometimes they're on Instagram, sometimes they're on TikTok, and it just becomes like really awkward to also click on it via Discord. And so I think that having it already have the browser open as well just felt like it was smoother. I think it worked. The only problem with it is that if I ever get to a point where I am caught up on reacts, that's probably not going to happen. But if it did happen, if I'm caught up on reacts, how would we manage that? Because I have looked at doing queues. Stream Elements has queues, but it's only on YouTube. So that's why we're not going to do it that way, in case people do want to share artworks or Reddit threads. But this will work until we catch up, and then we'll problem solve in the future. Okay, yes, so we're doing the Stranger Things thing, though. Stranger Things. And then I wait. Oh, a nat 20. Lucky me. Oh, God. Ah! Oh, no. It's all upside down now. I do like the attention. Wait. Is it? Yeah, I do like the attention on detail to keeping the various blocks where they should be at least. Oh no! Can I click on anything? I can scroll. I guess that's upside down. Okay. Well, I did it. I did it. Yay. Yay. It didn't send you to Elgoog. I need to have an Elgoog somehow in my Dungeons and Dragons campaign. I need Algoog in my D&D campaign like yesterday, literally, because I went to D&D last night. Alyssa Sutherland was brought up the other day, and I still haven't looked them up. But now that we have the technology, let's have a look. Does it always roll in that one? One assumes. Oh, that's right. I remember now. Alyssa Sutherland, the Aussie who was in all of these things. That's right. We did look her up. I forget. She is damn gorgeous. I do remember now. And she's in The Devil Wears Prada. Interesting. I need to still decide on the movie. I'm not Googling anything more. The React section of today has been expended. If you ever had a mental health crisis because of lack of connection with people you care about because your emotions are unrelated and irrelevant, or is that just me? Is that just like, just asking just in case? But yes, I think that you will have people relating to this. In fact, wait, let me just read again. Yeah, because we're looking at people we care about because your emotions are unrelated and irrelevant. The only thing that I am stuck on is the emotions being unrelated or irrelevant. Your emotions are not irrelevant. That's not. I hope you don't feel that way. Clemmer is used to the upside down because she was raised in it. Exactly right. Exactly. Cool. Not that you need to react to it, but do you know the name Hocus Pocus? There is a pizza on your focus. No, the only Hocus Pocus I know of is the Witches Disney movie, and I've not seen it, and I don't know the pizza on your focus. And in Vikings, that's right. Any cuties in the chat? Hello? I'm surprised you Googled as many things as you did, considering the Pandora's box that can be. Yeah, we're finding our rhythm. We're learning. I could enjoy a night with Miranda from Devil Wears Prada. Maybe we do Devil Wears Prada. The second one is coming out like in a couple days, so we could watch the first one. I'll chat to the cinema. And I will source some things, because that's the thing, is whatever we watch this weekend doesn't mean we're not going to watch the other things later on. So I'm thinking that we'll do Mrs. Doubtfire next week, but this weekend I'm tossing up between Devil Wears Prada and Practical Magic, and I keep flip-flopping. I talk to you. Hi. It's a classic Scottish meme, is it? Okay, there we go. Hola, hello. We don't speak Spanish, but hola. Maybe a final watch of a UK meme. The Hocus Pocus. There's a pizza in your phone. Okay, all right. You've convinced me. I will look this up, because it won't be in the. I don't mind tangenting and diverting to ones that are not in the order. You know. Emotions are like weather. Yeah, it comes and goes, flips around. Sometimes it's heavy. Sometimes it's light. I think if I had a brick wall, I'd put some LED sconces. I do kind of want like a very old school looking wall sconce as well. Very dungeoning. Yeah. Okay. SML or SNL, sorry. Hi, hello. Tangents? Okay, what am I looking up? Hocus Pocus. There's a pizza focus. Okay. This is. Oh wait. Oh no, that's a different one. This is the last React. Yes, we do have... Wait, do we have Costco? I'm not 100% sure, Aiden. I'll have to look up if it's there. I know what Costco is. Before we watch the final React, let me just do a little bit of housekeeping. First of all, no stream tomorrow. I'm going to be doing a bunch of admin tasks, including maybe some bot stuff. Let's be real, I probably won't be doing some bot stuff, but I'll be working on some offline things, and then I'll be back the day after for the marathon. The marathon officially starts on the 1st of May, unsurprisingly. It is going to be a very chilled, very relaxed thing. I'm not going to do a big celebration on Friday. It really is just going to be basically what we did today. The only difference is that the marathon is the goal to stream every single day of May. However, the caveat, the little asterisk, is that on Saturday, the stream will be in Discord. So make sure that you are in the Discord if you want to come and watch some movies, because I will be live streaming some movies. And then there is going to be a to and fro of just chatting streams like today, and gaming streams are going to be returning. So if you want to, well, I'm not saying marathon. If I were to say a marathon, I would say marathon, but I am saying May-rathon because it is a marathon during May. That is why. So if you guys want to watch gaming, either join the Twitch channel, which I will have to get the link for, or you can also join over on the Xclem Plays YouTube channel. If you want, oh my gosh, the computer. Okay, we're gonna have to fix all of that on my end, but I think it's okay. If you want to join the Discord, make sure to join the Discord for movie nights and just hangs and chatter and continuing conversations. What else? That's it. I think that's all the updates. Yeah, the socials. I think that's all the updates. The real question is, can you find Polaris when you want yet, in case you have to navigate the channel in some sort of apocalypse? I haven't, actually, because there's too much light pollution, so that is something that I will have to get better at. Although, I guess if it's Polaris, then you would hope that you'd be able to see it. My point is, I haven't been outside to look up at the stars yet, so I will do that tonight, perhaps. Maybe, maybe not. I'll let you know. Ooh, get a king mackerel. I was planning that for September, so you just gotta join back in September. Okay, that's it. That's the update. I'm gonna go get some food because I am getting a little bit hangry. Thanks for today. We did get some reacts done, so that's cool. Again, we're still figuring things out. Actually, I feel like this was exactly how reacts normally go. On the multi-streaming aspect is irrelevant, but we got there. Thanks for today. I think we had fun. So let's watch this final clip before we go. Hocus Pocus is a pizza. Oh no. Oh no. I see exactly. No. No, it's been spoiled.
Pocus, there's pizza on your focus.
That's it. That's the whole clip. This is what you guys find entertaining.
Hocus Pocus, there's pizza on your focus.
I think it's just the laughter. I think it's just the pure happiness in that voice, you know? And the cutting of it, like where it cuts. Anyway, if you guys enjoyed yourself, make sure to follow on Twitch, like and subscribe on YouTube, do all of the things, follow on any of the other socials, whatever suits you. I don't know, it's whatever. You guys do you. But if you have enjoyed yourself, please consider popping back in the future. That's it. Thanks, guys. Miss you too. Thanks, guys. No, we're not doing any more tricks. You can tell me about this on Friday. 'Cause that's it. I'm done now. Bye. Oh, this is awkward. I couldn't find the button. Oh god. Oh. I'm so embarrassed. I'm so embarrassed. I'm so embarrassed. I should have prepped that earlier. That was okay. Okay. All right. I do like Guinness. Guinness is very nice. I'm gonna go get a Guinness because of how embarrassed I am now. This is so embarrassing. Okay. All right. Bye. It's even more awkward because you can still hear me. Oh my god, this is... Oh, yeah. Oh god, I really need to get my second button sorted so that I can do what I used to do, where I just, like, end stream and then it would mute. But the problem is right now that I have to end stream and mute. I guess that's what I'm going to be working on after I cry